Yellow. We are back. Guys, my phone overheated and turned off when I was at that restaurant. So I came back, I kind of got like a little resty. Just a nice little rest. What's up? That's my bike. What's going on? Somniostatic, thank you so much. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. I was spinning free. Whoa. Where did it go? Guys, we are doing Trump supporter debates. We are interviewing the social outcasts, MAGA, the MAGA Republicans, the cult of personality, the basket of deplorables. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop on in the box. How are we doing, y'all? A fellow Akatsuki, dude, W. W. Hello, Sav. Hello, the phone line is on. We are in there like swimwear. How's it going? It's Friday Eve, that is correct. Let's get to 10K, y'all. Let's tap the screen. Let's get this party started. Oh man.
What's going on, man?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, I'm a conservative that dislikes Trump.
Okay. Why do you like Trump?
I dislike him. But like
You're a little
I
muffled.
can't. Oh, my bad. I'm saying I dislike him, but like I can't vote for Democrats simply for how much they advocate for abortion. I'm against abortion.
Okay, are you religious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't need religion to like my conviction is based off religion, but I don't need religion to defend my belief in it.
All right, why are you pro-life?
Okay, so I wanted to ask you a question. Is consciousness your standard of um is consciousness your standard of like
Personhood?
is that when you believe it? Yeah. Is that when you believe it should be protected?
It's part of it. Sure. I
Okay.
also believe it's self-defense.
Okay. Sure. So let's say without consciousness, we can both agree that the baby can't suffer, right?
Right.
And
And
suffering, yeah, because the baby
to be
has.
more clear, it's the ability to deploy consciousness for me.
So okay. So suffering is safe to say suffering is a frustration of preferences, and the baby doesn't have preferences, so therefore it can't suffer, right?
Right.
So with that, the lack of preferences would also have to extend to the remains of the child, correct? Or the fetus.
I suppose.
Okay, so if you were to take the remains of the fetus and eat them, would that be wrong?
Uh, I think that even in some religions, people do that, but like,
Would that be
don't
wrong?
Christians do that?
Christians don't do that. We don't. We
Do,
don't.
I think it's a common practice for people to like eat part of
No.
what happens in childbirth, right?
No, I think that might be the placenta, but no, we don't.
I think it's socially unacceptable to do it. I think that I believe in like stem cell research. So what we do with a lot of fetuses is we send them to science
Yeah,
for them to do that. I'm totally for it. So eating it, I think it's tacky. I think it's kind of unpreferable.
but it's not wrong. It's just unpreferable.
Hmm. I
Because
don't know.
if you were to say it was wrong, you're basically making the argument that the fetus doesn't have preferences, but the remains of the fetus have a preference
I
not
think
to be eaten.
I think it should
You
be
see how that?
I think it should be respected. I I don't know. Again, I don't think that's like a hard line for me.
What do you mean hard line?
Like I think the remains of the fetus has to be respected for different reasons. Like the remains of the fetus would be like a something that socially is unacceptable because of like disrespect for the remaining family. Uh,
What if like the
maybe
family does it? Like if they ask to do it and they just like for a religious reason, let's say, like
yeah.
for
I
a
don't think
religious reason they say
for religious reasons.
for
I
a
mean,
reason, like
don't
yeah, they just take it and say, yeah, we're gonna eat it.
I don't know. I think it's weird. I don't know. I think it's deplorable. I think it's kind of gross, but for different reasons, right? Like I don't think that that carries over, right? My same morals don't really carry over to a dead fetus. So I would say it's gross. I think maybe a weird practice.
But
I
it's
think
not
it's
really like
considered
morally wrong.
cannibalism. So I think that we can say that cannibalism in general is bad because it's our own species. Uh, I think it entail. I think you can get sick, right? You can get sick from that. Isn't
But the
there a?
problem is,
You can get a. What is it called? What's the sickness you get from eating from eating
kuru,
humans? Huh?
kuru.
I think it's called like something RV or something.
Uh,
Uh, I don't know. Is this your whole argument? Is that
I mean,
if I can't justify not eating fetuses, then
yeah, I mean, my main
my
argument is
morality
that
falls apart?
I mean the main argument is that if you're basically saying that when you especially when you refer to consciousness, you're basically making the argument that the fetus doesn't have inherent worth, right? So where your argument falls apart is that it says, oh no, the for example, therefore if it doesn't have inherent worth, it's not conscious, it doesn't have preferences, therefore it can't suffer, right? So
Yeah,
if you're making the argument
I
that
so my defense against like eating a fetus would be scurvy. That's what it is. Scurvy, kuru. Uh, you can get sick doing that, but it's also just like generally like socially we find that offensive, and it's not because it hurts the fetus, right?
but I mean socially is like so I mean social norms are kind of subjective.
Right. Yeah, and
You can't
I'm
really
sure there's
base it
other
off of
parts of the world where they do this, right?
because in other countries like marrying children is a social norm, so like
Yeah.
you can't really just base it off of a social norm
Yeah, I can.
because it's just a preference at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'd say it was just my social preference. Uh, like again, like I would donate fetus's body to science, and would you do that to a live person? No,
Why not?
because it'd be an unpreferable situation, right? Like it would cause harm. It removes autonomy and agency from that person.
Okay. So your moral compass is autonomy? Is autonomy, free will, well being? I'm guessing those are your three.
Sure, but my final defense for abortion is self-defense. So I say that 90% of pregnancies end up in tearing of the vagina, and I mean along with countless other things, but that would be my biggest one, right? And if I were to come to your house, do something to you that might result in tearing open, you know, your urethra or your one of your orifices, you would be justified in killing me, right, or defending yourself even to a point where I die, right?
Yeah, but like I let you in the house. It's like you chose to
Same thing.
willingly have sex,
Same thing. If
right?
I come in, if I let you into my house, if you let me into your house and I do that to you, right? You can't be like, well, damn it, he did it after I let him in. Damn it, right?
And like you willingly let him in though. Like it's like
Yeah. So you
I
let
don't
me
really
into
get
your
how the
I
house thing.
you let me into your house, and
I
then
don't
I
get
do
how the
this to
house
you.
thing works. I don't really get the house analogy.
I didn't even say house, but sure.
You let somebody in. I mean, like I don't really get some. I don't really get it because at the end of the day, it's not like. I mean, at the end of the day, for example, if I let my friend into my house, it's like yeah. At the end of the day, he could have a risk of killing me, but like that's the risk I take, knowingly I let him in the
So
house.
you don't get to defend yourself if you let that person into your
What
house
do you mean defend yourself? Defend yourself against what?
against your orifices exploding to the size of an 8 pound bowling ball.
Or defend. But I mean, you chose to have sexual relations.
Yeah, I'll just use the seatbelt argument with you. you here?
Yeah.
All right.
So before we get to the other one, you concede to the point that babies have somewhat inherent worth, right? Or no?
Um, a dead fetus, while it might be socially I guess unacceptable, especially just because it harms the family and like the people around it, I would say that's wrong.
Well, who does it harm? So like
If
if
I
you're
went to go
you're
eat some dead fetus that somebody just aborted, right? Like that would be traumatic to the family.
what if the family does it? How's that traumatic?
If the family does it,
Yeah.
it's still like I think socially something that even people like adjacent to the family would be like,
What if
that's
nobody
not
knows?
cool. What if nobody knows?
Yeah. What if like the person who aborted, what if the person the doctor who performed the abortion was the wife's husband and nobody knew
It,
about it
you can still get
except them?
scurvy, right?
But what if you don't?
There's a chance of doing it. So, right,
I
just
mean,
like
I
there's a
mean,
chance of being pregnant, getting
Jeffrey
having sex.
Dahmer his remains. He didn't get scurvy. So like, what?
It doesn't matter. That's not science, right? That's just
I
luck.
mean, okay, so what if so when that 1% happens, that's okay. So like it's wrong until you don't get scurvy. If you don't get scurvy, I mean
No,
it's what
I say it's wrong every time because you could get scurvy.
but you can't you could.
Yeah.
So is having sex wrong because you could get pregnant?
No,
No. But you
no.
could though.
Yeah, I know, but
You could though.
there's other things that come out of it. So like sex is a natural thing that we end up doing. Like if sex it resulted in death, sometimes people still do it, right?
Wait, say that again?
If sex results in death, sometimes, right? Like people can get deadly diseases, they still do it. They still do it knowing this. So I feel like it's just a part of human nature to want to
Wait,
partake in this because we're like biologically like evolved into a creature that enjoys this.
you said they still do it knowing this, right?
Yes.
So but people still have sex knowing they could get pregnant,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
But I think the pregnant thing is something you can address, right? When it comes to bodily autonomy, I think you should be able to consent every minute of it, right? I don't think that just because you invited me into your house, you have to deal with every single consequence without defending yourself.
but I mean you're comparing an assailant to like a fetus at the end of the day.
Yeah,
You're
because
comparing
the
like
fetus does
you're comparing
cause
like
bodily
my friend
harm.
who had a chance to kill me to an assailant.
It's taking your resources and
I
it's
mean,
causing bodily harm.
and that's less than 1% of all abortions though.
No,
99% are
percent
contraceptive.
90% of all pregnancies result in vaginal tearing when they give birth, and 60% of all abortions are reported to have used contraception in the same month they got pregnant.
Okay, so what if you were to have what if you were to have an abortion, or what if you were to take the fetus out of you and put it in a, for example, an incubator, and the baby stays alive? Would you be okay with that?
Sure,
You'd be okay with that.
sure.
So it's not really about the child; it's about the mom's bodily autonomy,
Yeah, self-defense.
self defense. Is another reason the fact that the fetus can't live without the mother?
I'm sorry?
Is another reason the fact that if the is another reason for your like stance is the fact that the fetus can't live without the mother?
Yeah, it's free labor, it's free resources.
Okay, so let's say somebody needs a life-saving kidney transplant. I give him a kidney. Can I go shoot him when I want because I'm the reason he's alive, and if it wasn't for me, he'd be dead?
No, I think a more parallel would be somebody that needs a kidney transplant comes and takes one of yours because you have an extra one and they would die without it. You wouldn't let that happen, right?
No, but if I knowingly engaged in it, I mean, if I knowingly said, "Yo, you could take one," and I go and
If you
kill him,
said
it's
at one
wrong.
moment that they can have one of your kidneys, but the very last moment, right before they start giving you anesthesia or making the incision, if you opted out, should you be able to say, okay, no, I don't want to do it?
You said if I opt out last second,
Yeah.
no,
You don't agree that you
no,
should be able to opt out right before the surgery?
no,
Why?
because you already said that you were gonna do it.
It's fucking weird.
That just wouldn't be
That's
you
absurd.
know, just
That's
wouldn't be
weird.
pragmatically fucking possible.
It's actually 100% pragmatically possible. If I walk into a clinic, I'm like, all right, you know what, guys? No, sorry.
Mhm.
They can't be like, you signed up. They wouldn't force you. They couldn't hold a gun to your head and be like, sorry, man, you owe us a kidney. You did all this. We're all here. We got the ER room prepped or the OR room prepped. They're not going to do it. No one would ever do that.
When did I say what?
You said that it's not a good thing that you can opt out last second.
Yeah, I don't think you should.
I'm not saying that
You're already
you
prepared, and
shouldn't. I'm saying that
the
do you
person's
think they
already
should
prepared
be
to take
able
your kidney.
to?
You shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't be able to opt out. No.
That's an absurd take, man. I think we found an
You're okay
absurdity.
with your what?
I think
Absurdity.
we found an absurdity.
What
Yep.
do you define as absurdity?
Just like a conclusion, I guess, that you
You
come
can't
to
define
that.
absurdity, you fucking idiot. You
Sorry,
can't define
man.
absurdity.
I think you're getting a little emotion here, huh?
You just said absurdity. You can't define absurdity.
Sorry, man.
Isn't,
I didn't
isn't
have
that
that in
an
my.
absurdity?
Here, I'll look it up for you.
Isn't that an absurdity? You can't define absurdity.
You
You go,
got
oh,
me.
that's an absurdity, man, and you're like,
Yeah.
absurdity. I don't know. Like what?
Ridiculous, unreasonable, illogical, lack of meaning.
What is illogical? What does that mean?
Something that doesn't follow the lines of reasoning, logic. Something with
What do you define as logic?
Oh man, I'm not a Phil bro, dude.
No, but you're using big words. You can't just like
Logic's
use big
not
words.
a big word, dude.
What, then define it. If it's not a big word, then define
Yeah,
it.
I know. It's like me asking you to define gender, right? Can you define gender?
It's a red herring.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's a loaded question.
No, it's that you're trying to use big words. I don't know if it's to try to intimidate me to look good for your fans, but then ask you to define a simple word. You're like,
It's
nah,
the
I'm not a
science,
Phil bro.
the science of reasoning.
So what is the science of reasoning?
What is the science of reasoning?
Yeah, because you're just saying logic is reasoning. What is reasoning?
Being able to come to a conclusion using a line of thinking,
Okay, based on reality.
or non-reality, or metaphysical.
Metaphysical isn't reality. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not.
No.
So metaphysics is not reality. So like, how truth is something metaphysical. It's not in reality. Truth isn't real.
It's not always in reality, no.
What do you define that? Explain that to me.
Dude, are you just doing a vocabulary test with me? Are we done talking about abortion? This is like
No,
the
I mean,
seventh time.
no,
Like
no,
this
'cause
is
I
this.
mean, you
You're
brought up-
Jordan Petersoning. Like
No,
you're Jordan
No, because
Petersoning
you brought
the
up,
shit out of
found
this
it absurdity.
conversation.
You found, I found it absurdity. You
I think
couldn't explain what
you've
an
tapped
absurdity
out. I
was.
think you have derailed this conversation, man. I think you've
No, I
tapped
mean, you
out.
brought up. I mean, you said, it wouldn't be wrong to eat children. It'd just be
Do you-
socially unpreferable.
Do you really
That's
feel
what
like
you
this
said.
is
That's
this is
your
we're at a
words.
point where I have to define logic for you? Do you really think we have some sort
You're the one who
of?
said it was an easy word, not me. You're the one
Do
who
you
said it was an
really
easy
think
word.
that you and I have a disagreement about what logic means?
I mean, logic. I mean, without God, there's no truth. So, like,
All right, that's just kind of culty.
what do you mean culty? What?
Without God, there's no truth.
There is no.
I don't
yeah,
believe in
but
your
so, like,
superstitious nonsense.
yeah. So, like, how do you know this isn't how do you know this isn't an illusion your brain's playing? How do you know that?
We don't, but we also
You
don't have.
exactly.
Yeah, we don't have very much evidence that points toward that either, right? Like
Yeah,
I can't,
so-
you can't prove to me that there's not a unicorn flying outside in
Yeah, you
orbit.
can because you can. Yeah, you can. It's pretty easy.
How do you prove that?
Yeah. So when you say unicorn was a created being in the constructs of our society. So like somebody created the idea of a unicorn,
Like God?
right? What?
Like God?
No, not really. The definite God is uncreated by definition.
Okay.
You know the meaning of reasoning, but not God. Come on, man. I mean, also consciousness. You can't really ground consciousness in a consciousness doesn't really
Yeah,
come
I'm
from your
just
brain.
saying you can't prove a negative, and just like your God is fantasy, so is a
How
unicorn.
is God fantasy?
Because he involves magic,
How does God involve magic?
creating the universe by speaking it into existence. Can you tell me the mechanics of that?
He's God. He can do whatever he wants.
Got
Like
it.
what?
Got it.
Wait, I have a question.
Can God
What do you
create a
think of-
rock that's too big for him to lift?
Can God create a rock that's too big? If he doesn't want to lift it, he doesn't want to lift it.
I'm not talking about wanting to. Can he create something too heavy for him to lift?
If he doesn't want to lift it, he doesn't want to lift it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're running.
Yeah. So
It's not wanting.
what do you think
It's
of-
is he capable?
Yeah.
Is he
So
capable?
what do you think of Saint Padre Pio and the Stigmata?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, you don't know. So that's a miracle where Saint Padre Pio, who was a priest in Rome, literally started to develop the wounds of Christ, but they never dried up and they kept bleeding as if it would have been as if they would have been he would have been hurt that day, and they kept bleeding like that for no, not hundreds, I was tripping, for 50 years.
When was
And then they
this?
went away the way they went away
When was
the day
this?
before he died. I believe it was early 1900s.
Well, did
And
they did
yeah,
they did they take pictures, document it?
yeah, there's photos of him with the holes in his hands.
I don't know.
That's
I
not a
just
miracle.
think
That's
there's
a
room for
miracle.
them to fake that, right?
No, I believe there's a lot of things that people. I'm not saying there's a lot of things that people haven't faked, but there. I mean, people. There have been medical professionals. I think in the University of Rome, they studied that, and they came to no conclusion.
Cool,
They came to
perfect.
no
I
logical
rest my
conclusion.
case.
And I mean, another thing is consciousness. You can't really ground consciousness. You can't really say consciousness comes from the brain.
Consciousness is
Consciousness
a
has,
huge concept that we are still struggling to define,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, it's impossibility to the contrary. But that's like a future reduction fallacy. You're saying, nah, God isn't real because we're in the future, we're gonna prove that consciousness doesn't come from God and it comes from the brain.
Cool.
That's what you just said. So
Yeah, I don't think that there's any reason to point to a magical being. I think that we can look at what we have and we've worked backwards to see how our brains have developed past that of our ancestors and
so consciousness has come with
bonobos.
evolution. That's what you're saying. Consciousness comes from evolution.
Yeah,
While we've evolved, we've developed consciousness.
yeah,
So there was a point where our ancestors lived where they weren't conscious.
yeah. It's called abiogenesis.
But how do you know that our brains actually that evolved in a way that corresponds to reality? You don't.
Because we can look at the DNA of everything on Earth, for instance, like a banana, and we have 25% of the same DNA structure as something like a banana, and bananas
Mhm.
aren't conscious.
You said what?
We share the same DNA structure as a banana to the tune of about 25%, and bananas are not conscious.
So that's your argument that we share.
Yes.
We're bananas.
Yes, and
We're,
many other organisms. Yes, every single
we're
organism on
bananas, so
Earth, whether or
we
not it
weren't
has
conscious because
consciousness,
we come from
we
fucking
share
bananas.
cellular DNA
We come from
structure.
bananas. That's a good one.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Not
That's a
just
good
bananas, but yes, everything. We share DNA structure with just about everything that lives.
Yeah, but like just because you share DNA structure with something doesn't mean you're alike to that thing.
Yeah, I know,
So
but
like for example,
we can follow this, right? We can
yeah,
follow
so
this in
like for
science.
example, right now we have 99.99% similar DNA structure to a pig. That's why it's bad to eat pigs because your brain takes it as if you were eating a
I
human.
doubt it's 99.
It's 99%. You can look it up. It's very similar.
They are
And
very smart.
we're nothing like pigs.
84 to 90.
Oh, nine. That was 9% off. Oops, my fault.
Yeah, that's it's generous.
Or 15% off. I'll give it to you. Um,
All right, you done flailing?
what do you mean done flailing?
Yeah, we've gone all the way to the God complex.
What god complex are you talking about?
The question, the existential question of whether God is real. I think we've gone from talking about abortion and self-defense, and I think you ran out of stuff. So you've
Nah,
asked me to
you said it was
define like
you said it
7
was socially
words.
unpreferable to eat children. You couldn't even say it was wrong. You just said it's socially unpreferable.
That's exactly what it is. I think it's
So
absolutely
wrong is
socially
socially unpreferable.
unpreferably because
So the
because it's
meaning of wrong is socially unpreferable.
because we can see how much social harm that can cause, right? Like I can give my
Social
like
harm.
I have yes because people have to digest that socially, right? We have to
Yeah,
say,
yeah,
oh, a baby was eaten, like
yeah. I mean,
that like they akin that to like horror
yeah. I
stories and
mean,
films
yeah.
and
But like
witchcraft.
200 years ago, black people weren't considered humans. That didn't really do any social harm.
Yeah, thanks to Christians.
Thanks to Christians.
Yeah,
How? So why is it that the slave Bible had 90% of the books of the Old Testament removed?
because those were all things that gave them a sense of worth and value that
What?
disproved the righteousness of slavery.
So you're saying they took them out? They took the books out because it disproved slavery.
No, I'm saying that yes, it was too much. It was too much. They gutted the Bible because
They
it
gutted.
gave them more worth.
They Yes, you don't see the problem with that. That you can't really say something condones it if you take out 90% of that one thing and leave one thing generally taken out of context, and then say
Can
no, the
you
Bible
can
does
you
condone it.
Yeah. So again, I think that y'all do the same thing, right? Like y'all do the same thing when we talk about abortion. There's a recipe for abortion in the Bible. God also does all sorts of things to kill pregnant women, infants, children across
Oh, you're
the
referring to the
world.
Amalekites or no?
No, I'm talking about the Great Flood.
Okay. So have you read the book of Mordecai?
Mm-mm.
Do you know what book I'm talking about or no?
No,
Okay. What book what so you're probably referring to the Amalekites when it said killing children, where it talks
no,
about
I'm talking about the
toddlers.
Great Flood.
Okay, I mean, what about the Great Flood? Do you think it was wrong?
God killed a bunch of infants, women, children, when he could have like clicked his fingers, right? And instead of making them suffer, he killed them and drowned them in a very unpreferable manner. I don't
Mhm.
think there was any reason for that. I also just think it's silly. The whole story of it is silly. I think that it's not consistent with anything we have and we know about science. And I think it's literally just
Mhm.
fiction. I think it's
Well,
just
well,
fiction.
that's what we call in basic life a miracle, right? That's what we just call a
I
miracle.
wouldn't call that a miracle.
So you're saying
Like that's like calling the Holocaust a
you go
miracle.
what?
It's like calling that. How many people do you think died in the Great Flood?
I mean, the whole world. I can't really tell you the exact number.
Yeah, that's not
Do
good.
you know the exact number of people that died in the
No,
flood? So why'd you ask that
no,
question,
but
man?
because it is akin to a genocide, right?
No, not at all.
The killing the whole world is not a genocide.
Not at all.
Why
You
isn't
can't
it?
compare. You
What's
can't
the
compare
difference?
God's. You can't compare God's righteous judgment to a maniac who thought he was God and went around killing Jews just because they were Jewish. You can't compare that.
Yes, you can.
What?
Yes, you can. Do you think that you should be able to kill things that you created without punishment,
Can I be
without
able to kick?
without judgment?
Like what? What can I create? What do you mean?
If you had kids, should you be able to kill them?
I mean, you guys do that all the time. Call it women's reproductive health. So like, where are you
Now,
really?
I'm talking about conscious
What high
beings. I'm
horse are
talking
you
about
talking?
like 4-year-old kids. Do you think you should be able to kill your
Yeah. So like,
4-year-old
what?
kid?
Yeah. So if I have a comatose human being, I just go and stab him in the throat. Should I be okay?
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm asking you. Like, if I because you said conscious human, you said keyword
I,
conscious human beings.
my stance is the capability of deploying consciousness, right? So
You
somebody in a
said
coma
exactly.
can deploy consciousness. That is where
So
I would
okay,
draw a
what if
line.
somebody in a vegetative state on a lifeline? Can I go and just cut his throat? Can I go and just slice him in the throat?
I mean,
They're
it's
not really
not too
conscious,
far.
right?
It's not too far socially. No, that's not okay.
What if they're in my house?
If we didn't have science and medicine like we do today, that's probably something you would do, right?
Yeah. What if like they were in my house and nobody would have known that I would have just stabbed them in the throat?
Because I don't know. I still don't know. I think that's not within uh, the grounds of like you wouldn't. Do you have a full like life support machine in your house?
Do I have a full life support for? I mean, I could. I mean, there are people who are doctors who could have it.
Yeah, I don't know. This is exhausting, but yeah, what you're saying is something that I already don't agree with, right? Like I believe that if somebody's in a vegetative state, for the sake of the family, for the sake of like what's socially acceptable, we wouldn't go do that. I'm sure back in the day, y'all did do that in Christianity, but no,
Y'all,
I don't believe that's
what?
right.
You get your morals from us. What are you talking about here?
No.
I mean, you live in so like the fact that you have the audacity to sit here on your high horse and say, I got it all. I got it all right. I figured out morality when you were born in a country when you were born morally on third base is kind of like reprehensible if I'm being completely
We've
honest
come a
with you.
long way from the raw morals or whatever is described from the Bible, and it's mostly us undoing and socially figuring out what is okay, what's acceptable, what we can sell to another like
Okay.
living human today, especially when we talk about like using white Jesus, talking about like not using the Old Testament. You guys already are doing subjective
I don't think
morality.
people are Christian because Jesus is white. I really don't think
I
that.
do.
I mean, the first country, what was the first? I mean, Christianity grew in Africa. You know that, right? The Ethiopian Bible is
Yeah,
way older than the King
and
James
are those
Bible.
people white?
No.
Yeah, so that's
What?
probably why, right? That's why it
What do
was
you mean?
effective.
What?
So
What was probably
if a
effective?
black person saw a white Jesus, they would probably be less likely to buy into it. But if a white person saw a white Jesus, they're all about it.
I don't. But I mean, Christianity grew outside of America. You're assuming that the reason Christianity grew in America, Christianity grew outside of America. Christianity was still the biggest religion in the world outside of
I'm just
America.
saying that when they brought it
So
here to wash it and make it more palpable for people here, they made Jesus white. And
they do the same thing in Asia. They have Asian Jesuses. You know
yeah,
that,
there
right?
you go. Exactly.
So
Perfect.
I mean, but I mean, America's a country of 300 million people. There's 2 billion Christians, right? So I mean, I don't really think that people look at Jesus. I don't think that if you were to say that one liner, you say Jesus wasn't white. I don't think somebody's gonna go like, oh shit, Jesus is white. Fuck,
No,
I gotta
I
turn to
think that
Islam.
if it was shown to a person in the beginning, right? Like if a young kid saw who was white saw a black Jesus on a cross, he'd probably be less likely to identify with
But Jesus
this
wasn't black,
creator.
bro. Jesus wasn't black.
Yeah, I know. He was an
He,
Egyptian,
he,
right?
no,
I
what?
mean, or Jerusalem, right?
He was Jewish. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He was a Sephardic Jew, which is like olive skin, green eyes, long hair. Like, yeah, he wasn't white, he wasn't black. He was just, I
Yeah,
mean, so
I don't think very many people in that area were white, right?
I mean, there were some that were white, but like Jesus wasn't like your skin color. Like he didn't like, you know what I'm saying? Like he was
Yeah.
Jewish. Like the guy just looked like a Jew.
Yeah.
But I have a question. If morals are subjective,
Mhm.
right? What is a right?
What is a
Like how a
right?
woman has a right to self-defense. What is a right?
Something that we as society collectively agree is what a human should be given without anything in return.
Okay, so 200 years ago, when we as society agreed that black people were not humans, their rights weren't being violated because we didn't give them rights to begin with, correct?
No.
What do you mean? You just said
How does what I said entail that?
because you just said rights are things that us as society agree on to give people without receiving anything in return. That was your definition
Correct. And what are you
of
saying? That's a
and I'm
contradiction?
saying the contradiction with that is that if you're making the argument that rights are things in society we give to people without expecting anything in return, rights cannot really be violated because of the fact that 200 years ago, black people were not considered human, and their rights weren't being violated because we as society didn't agree that that was something we should give them without expecting anything in return.
I'm saying that these people didn't believe they had rights, right? So as a society today, we've collectively understood that all people should have these rights.
Mhm.
We've given these people these rights. This seems absurd to you because we're looking back at the past at what Christians did and
No,
saying just because they were never given to these people, they didn't have them.
no. So you're basing the argument off of no. You're trying to base the argument off of a modern take, basically saying now we've agreed that everybody has rights, but 200 years ago, when the 1800s were considered modern times, society agreed that black people weren't human. So if you're making the argument
I
that
think that they should have been given those rights and they weren't.
yeah, but their rights weren't. But by your logic, their rights weren't being violated because it was agreed upon that they had no rights. So how can
No,
if rights are given by the
what?
government, how can rights
I
be
didn't say
violated?
they were given by the government.
You literally said we collectively agreed upon it. So how can rights be? How at that time were black people's rights violated if we collectively agreed on the fact that black people had no rights?
Because they should have had those rights and you
They
just didn't
should
give
have
them to
exactly.
them. Yes.
They should have had those rights.
They should have had those rights and you didn't give them to them.
Yeah, but we did. But by your logic, we didn't violate it because they didn't have those rights to begin with. So you're
So,
violating something that
no,
wasn't there.
I'm saying that we should have. And you're saying just because they never had them in the first place, it was never a violation of rights.
No, it wasn't under your logic. It wasn't.
That's not under my logic. I think you're arguing with
It is.
someone else.
No, because you
I think you're
said
remembering an
okay.
old conversation and
I'm
arguing
gonna
with them.
I'm gonna steel man your point, right? I'm gonna steel man your point, right? You said rights are things that we collectively agree as a society to give to the person without expecting anything in return. That's what you said. Your definition of rights was,
Hmm.
right? That's what you said, right?
Yeah,
Something that
it's an
yeah,
entitlement. Yeah.
exactly entitlement, right? So by your logic, when 200 years ago black people were not considered human beings, you can't really say that they had rights being violated because we did not agree as a society to give them something that we did not expect in return.
Absolutely not. So all across the
What?
world, societally, people were
What's your
getting rid
definition
of.
of society?
Stop. I'm saying groups of people. So if we can say
Groups of people.
America is a society, but a bigger society would be all of the world, and all of the world was looking at slavery and saying that's not cool.
What?
And what y'all did is y'all took that away from them,
What?
right?
You think all of the world? You think
Most of the world was getting rid
they're
of
saying in
slavery when
Africa
y'all were doing
slavery
it.
doesn't happen right now? Africa slavery
It
doesn't
does.
happen.
It does. Y'all are still doing it.
I mean,
yeah.
the Arab slave trade still happens. That's Muslims. That's not Christians. That's Muslims.
Yeah, I know,
So,
but
like,
I'm sorry. First of all, it's not chattel slavery, right?
what's chattel? What do you mean chat? What?
Would
You
it
don't
be
think that that's
chattel
chattel
slavery? Is it based on is it based on only race?
Oh, so by your logic, Christianity doesn't condone slavery because it's not chattel slavery, right?
No, it was chattel slavery.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. What are you're saying?
In
It wasn't
Christianity,
chattel
it was
slavery back
no.
then?
I'm saying in Christianity, it was not chattel slavery. No.
What was it? Did they not say exactly who you should enslave? A group of
What do
people,
you,
right? Based on their race?
not based on race.
Who was
Not
it?
based on race.
Who was
There
it?
were people who were enemies to the state of Israel. There was people who made Israel go through things. There were the
Morgan, thank you for the $40 for the kick. I can't listen to this dumb fuck anymore. He wants definitions. He can fucking Google it. Jesus, what a turn. W. Morgan's chat. By the way, the next time you have you hear me do an abortion argument, if a woman wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. I always try to have a woman up here because I think it's kind of dystopian having two men discuss what y'all should be able to do with your bodies. W. Morgan. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
I'm a mage of sorts.
What does that mean?
I do magic.
What are you playing?
Dungeons of Blood and Dreams.
All right. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 20K. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, I want to go back to the discussion you were having with the previous guest. You had made the claim that we collectively come up with rights. So I guess a quick point of clarification. Do you think that morality is subjective or do you think it's objective?
Subjective.
Okay, so if you think that morality is subjective, his point would stand then, right? So like you were basically making the claim that slavery was wrong back then, just as it's wrong today. The only way that that could be true is if morality is objective.
No, I think that morality can also transcend time. I think that as
How can it do
humans
that if it's
today was
subjective?
because you can have that subjective.
We have finite minds, so how can morality how could it go across time if
So
we
like,
die
is there
off?
any point in time? I don't believe that in any point in time, I individually think that in any point in time, slavery is bad.
Restate that? You don't think at any point in time slavery is bad?
I think that
So
any
then
point in time, slavery is bad.
Okay, how could that be true if morality is subjective?
Because that's my subjective morality. That's my own
That doesn't
idea.
make any sense.
It does, because back in the day, right, y'all thought it was okay, right?
So let me I guess posit let's test whether or not you think morality is subjective. If for example, not that I think slavery is good or right, but let's just say that I did. I said, hey, you know what? I think that we should start enslaving people, and you think the opposite. If morality is subjective, my viewpoint is just as valid as yours.
Sure, I would just say that you have
Okay, so
absurd.
then okay, hold on.
You
Let's
have
stop there.
absurd.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. Let's
Yeah.
stop there. But then, how can morality be objective 300 years ago? You've already conceded the fact that it's not even true that slavery is
Collectively,
actually wrong.
actually no. I'm just saying that subjectively, you guys would look at the Bible and be like, "Oh, this objective truth wasn't present back then." Dang.
Well, no, I think you're making a category error here. So when we say something like we ground our objectivity in God, we're just saying that God provides a standard for right or wrong, right? Outside of
Right.
us.
Right.
So
And
in your worldview, though, that doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is your subjective morality. So for you to even say something like slavery is wrong, you can't even say that. It's incoherent in your worldview.
I don't think
to
so.
even
I
say
don't
that.
think that any philosopher in the 20th
Okay,
century
no,
thinks that.
Bertrand Russell. Hold on. Bertrand
Who?
Russell, who's one of the most famous atheistic philosophers, who
Uh-huh.
agrees that there is no right or wrong. What, you don't think he would make that argument?
Does he say it's objective or subjective morality?
He says it's subjective and that there is no right or wrong.
Cool. Then subjective.
Okay, so then there is no right or wrong, right, in your worldview?
Right. Just like I would
Okay.
say, I think stealing is wrong. I think stealing is unpreferable. But if someone was starving and they stole a bottle of water, I think that I would look the other way.
That's fine, but have they done anything wrong by stealing that bottle of water?
I would say it's justified.
Right, you could say it's justified. I'm just asking
Yeah.
if they've
So
done
no,
anything
it didn't do
wrong.
anything wrong. No.
Okay. But now let's take that into, like, say, a PDF file who, you know, goes to a house and diddles a little kid.
Okay.
Have they done anything wrong?
Yes.
Let's move off the bottle of water. Have they done anything wrong outside of your subjective opinion? Or is it just goes against your preference?
It goes against my preference. In fact, it is absolutely subjective because in points in time throughout history, even your own religion said it was cool, right?
That PDF files?
Mhm.
Where does my religion say that?
So I think in the Bible,
I'm not Muslim. I'm not
you're-
Muslim.
Yeah, I know. In the Bible, I think there's a child marriage that dates down to like 6 years old, 9 years old. That there's also slavery and there's I believe I think it's in Numbers where they talk about God commands that you're able to take women and children as slaves and then marry them. What was considered a woman back then was absolutely not what we consider a woman today. We consider women in the United States like 17, 18
Where does
years
that
old.
passage say that you can be a PDF file with little kids?
Yeah, so I'm saying that the rules that God gives for slavery involves pedophile, right?
Well, no, it doesn't involve PDF filing at all.
What do you think the
You're,
life
you're reading
expectancy
into that
was?
passage.
What
You're
do
reading
you
that
think
into
the
that
life
passage.
expectancy was during this time period?
I don't know, it might have been 30, 40 years old.
Cool. So when do you think people were getting married?
I think in the Near East, I think it was anywhere between the ages of 14 to 20.
Do you think 14-year-olds can consent? Do you think they're not children?
Well, you're asking me a question as to what the times were, right?
Yeah, so I'm telling you, back then, that was literally saying you can marry a 14-year-old.
Where does the Bible say that?
It's literally in
Where
the
does it
context.
explicitly say? Hold on. Where does the Bible explicitly say you can marry a 14-year-old?
Were they saying to wait till they're 18?
No, the Bible just says that you should marry. It doesn't tell you to marry somebody.
So
who's
what you're
14
saying,
years
it's subjective. Do you think that they said, oh, fuck, what he's talking about is a full-grown adult? Or do you think that someone would go, well, I'm choosing this 14-year-old as my wife, and it says right here in the Bible that it's chill.
old? No, I don't think it's subjective. I don't even think
Absolutely.
you're proving a point.
I
Well,
think you're not addressing what I'm saying.
Well, no, I think I am. So, like, are you saying that, like, for example, slavery in the Bible, would you say that all forms of slavery are wrong?
Yes.
So is indentured servitude, is that wrong?
Yes.
And you gotta, let's provide some context here, right? So back in this time, this is pre-industrial revolution, right? So there's no machinery there. We don't have an overabundance of food like we have today, right? There's no grocery stores. We don't have AC. We don't have
So
cars.
you're giving context for me to make a subjective decision.
Well, hold on a second. So
Do
if,
you think-
if for example, I'm just painting you a picture. If you have somebody who's starving to death and they want to enter into indentured servitude in order not to starve, you're saying it's wrong for them
Yes.
to voluntarily enter into indentured servitude? Why?
Yes,
On your
because the
subjective worldview.
conditions that are being offered to them are wrong. Not that this person is being coerced into a position that they accept, because there's points in time where people chose to be actual slaves, right? Are you saying that that's justified?
I think indentured servitude is justified, yeah.
I'm talking
Because the
about
alternative
actual
is
slavery. I'm talking about no
it's starving
pay.
to death. So you would rather they starve to death?
No, I would rather that the person
That's the
offering
argument you're
indentured
making.
servitude would give them fair pay.
Okay, so corporations didn't exist back then. There were no social safety nets. Who's going to give them fair
cool.
pay? What does that even mean?
I don't know, but I
It's
think
just
that
3,000 years ago.
I'm
dude.
sorry that there was no there was no secular people
Okay,
out
but
there
you're
fighting for
just
people to
making
have
things
workers'
up. That's
rights.
fantasy land level stuff,
Okay,
right?
you're
Like,
telling me that slavery is okay, right? Not indentured servitude. I'm talking actual slavery, no pay. You're saying
indentured
that
servitude is a form of slavery.
Okay, I'm talking
Is it
about
not?
not indentured servitude. I'm talking about pure unpaid slavery. right? You get
no,
shot
no.
if
Now
you
you're
run.
shifting the goalposts. You
No,
said
I'm
that
not.
all forms
I'm
of
testing
slavery are
your
wrong.
logic. I'm testing your logic. Let's talk about indentured
I
servitude,
didn't
and now
make.
let's talk about
I didn't
slavery
make the
under the
argument
same
that.
conditions. Same
Okay,
conditions.
what?
If
Steel man my
somebody was
argument for
going
me.
to die, if somebody was
Can you
going to
steel man my
die,
argument?
yes, okay.
Steel man
You're
it.
saying that if somebody's in indentured servitude, it's okay because the other option would be death for that person
Nope, that's not the argument I made.
volunteering
That's not
into
the
indentured
argument I made.
servitude. What's
That's
the
not the
argument?
argument I made. I
Restate it.
argued that not all forms of slavery are bad.
Okay. Well, I'm so glad I don't
And
have to defend that.
I gave you an argument for why indentured servitude would not be bad, because the alternative is that person starves to death and they die. And you said, oh well, then I guess they die.
Cool. Yeah, I do
Let me give you
say
another one.
I
Hold
say
on,
the
hold on, let me give you
I
another
say
one.
the conditions in which they were met.
Let me give you another one. Let me give you another one.
Okay.
What about slavery that had to do with penal infractions, people who committed atrocious crimes? Are you against that as well?
I am against that. We're doing that today
Okay. Why are you against that?
because I think that it takes away somebody's agency, and I think that
So are you against prisons then as well? Putting them in prison?
I'm against.
That takes away their agency.
Yeah, I know, but you're forcing labor onto somebody.
Well, you're forcing somebody into prison. What's the difference?
Prison's not exhausting them. Prison's not asking them to
Okay.
do
So
free
they
work
should
for
go to
you.
they should, so when you kill somebody, you should go to prison and take a nap and watch TV and what? It should be like a country club. There should be a spa there and a swimming pool.
Yeah, I
in your
think that
worldview?
I've been to
No?
jail. I've been to jail for 2 weeks. It was fucking
Okay.
horrible. I can't imagine doing the whole life.
It should be horrible for people that commit horrible crimes. It shouldn't be a
Well, I
it
believe in
shouldn't be a
rehabilitation.
vacation. Oh, you believe in? So you think you can rehabilitate PDF files?
No,
Well, you just said you believe in rehabilitation, though.
I don't think everything can be rehabilitated. I'm sure there's some scientists out there that says that. I don't want to take that position though.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in rehabilitation, then? You just
I don't
in it
believe
sometimes.
universal. I don't believe in universal rehabilitation.
Okay, so let's just go over your worldview and how incoherent it is. You believe that morality is relative. You believe that you don't think that slavery is ultimately wrong, but you're upset about the Bible because the Bible talks about
I was
things like
consistent about
indentured
slavery.
servitude and penal refractions for slavery. And you're wrong, by the way, on chattel slavery in the Bible. There's a recent article that came out, and it was about slavery in the Near East. And what they actually have found is that almost an overwhelming amount, if not almost all slaves back then, lived in households, and it was almost a form of basically indentured servitude.
Nice.
They
Got a
wouldn't have
slave
chattel slavery like
apologist.
we do today.
Love that.
So you're wrong on that. You should look
Got
it
a
up.
slave apologist. Love that. I live in Texas. My great
How am I a slave
grandfather-
apologist?
You're saying, oh, it
You
wasn't
made,
that
you
bad.
made,
They
you
got their
made
own
no
house.
argument against why
Tight.
indentured servitude is wrong. Or
Slaves
why,
slaves that get their own house is not slavery. It's chill, according to Bob.
so basically, this is your argument. People shouldn't go to prison. They shouldn't have their agency removed. And if you commit a horrific crime, you shouldn't have to work because, well, that would be bad.
I don't
That's your
think
whole
they should.
argument.
Yeah, I don't think you should be coerced into torture. No.
Okay, so what about like POWs? Like if a POW gets captured, should like are you committing some sort of infraction if you have them empty out a latrine?
A latrine?
Yeah, like the area where they use the bathroom. If you have a POW and you're like, hey, you have to empty out this latrine, I'm going to force you to do it. Are you committing some
Yeah, I
sort of
think
crazy
some
infraction?
sort of cruel, unusual punishment. Yeah, I think there's a line there.
Okay, so then the people who capture the POWs, they should be the ones that empty the latrine, right?
Yes.
In your worldview. Oh, okay. Because if not, you'd be enforcing some sort of slavery onto them.
Yeah, sure. I also don't think that's like the worst form of labor you can think of. I think that putting people into a yard to like break rocks with a hammer or a pickaxe is more akin
okay.
to what I'm thinking of in forced slavery, or people what they did in Nazi Germany, or what y'all did
I hope everybody's listening to this
to
conversation because
people
here you are
in the
saying,
Cotton Belt.
hold on, here you are saying things like Trump sucks, right? And you're on the leftist position. So I'm assuming, are you for chemical castration of kids and
We went through this
mutilating
last
their bodies
time.
as well?
Went through this last time, and again, I think that what you guys do is
Are you for it or
fetishize
against it?
science. I am for whatever science says. I'm for whatever the most up-to-date science bodies of science say, and
So science
whatever.
can make moral claims?
I think that's a loaded question.
Well, no, it's just everybody knows
There's a thing
philosophically
called
that science has
there's-
no access
Yes,
to moral
I know,
claims.
but there's ethical sciences, right? There's
So what, are you going
ethical.
to use your science to tell you whether or not you should be giving kids hormones?
Yes.
Yes? Wow.
Yeah,
What
like
about what about chopping off their body parts? Is science going to tell you whether or not that's right or wrong too?
no, I don't think that kids should do that.
Well, why not? What if they unalive themselves if you don't chop off their breasts?
I think in very rare instances this might be
Aren't
the
you a
thing.
harm principalist?
Dude, this is the thing. This is the thing. You guys fetishize whatever it is you don't like about trans people, and we have to defend them. None of us have gone around and taken this course or listened to some person speak on whether or not this is right or wrong. What you guys have done is taken the absurdity of trans people because you think it's icky or something, and you try to test our morality with it. And this is just disgusting in the fact that these people are such a minority group. These guys are constantly in the throes of your violence and your rhetoric, and they would rather kill themselves to come out as trans at this point, because the way you guys talk about them and fetishize them, and you're like, oh, everybody's chopping off dicks. It's not even like the correct way to say it. That's not what they're doing.
So you deny that little kids 10 and older are getting chemically castrated and they're getting their breasts and their genitalia removed? You deny that?
I would say breast is the most common instance of this, and I think that this also happens in cis people. You're not going around fucking trying to stop cis people from doing it, right?
So you think a little 10-year-old kid has you think that they have the mental capacity to make that decision as to whether or not
10-year-old kids don't have breasts.
Yeah, actually, there are some 10-year-old kids that have breasts.
And those kids should absolutely be able to choose whether or not they have to go through precocious puberty.
You think they
yes,
have the
yes. If a
capacity
10-year-old kid is going through precocious puberty, it's literally harmful. And yes, they should have medical intervention.
Wow. Okay.
Whoa. Yeah. That's all.
And should a 10-year-old kid be able to remove their genitalia? A 10-year-old boy? Well, why not?
Because first of all, they're not even gone through puberty. It wouldn't even be effective. No doctor would advise that, right? I would just say whatever the doctors say, right? This isn't even my stance. I didn't come up with this, right? I'm just saying.
What if the kid doesn't want to go through puberty? Would you and the doctor says let's chop off his genitalia? Would you be okay with that?
No, that's not no.
But the doctor said the doctor said he wanted him to do that.
Cool, man. I think that doctor should be investigated.
See, I think this is the incoherency of your worldview, right? Here you are railing against like a Christian paradigm when you yourself can't justify anything as being good or bad.
You're just grandstanding because I gave you a very clear moral line that I gave, and it doesn't make me absurd.
What's your moral line?
I think people, if they want to do something with their genitals, especially males, because it's so irreversible, it should be wait until you're an adult. I think that's totally fine. I don't think that's anybody's out there trying to fight for young men or boys to go do this. But you're sitting out here going like, look at these few instances. Look how absurd this sounds to somebody who is just really superstitious. Like, you guys were out there marrying kids this young back in the day with your Bible. So get fucked, dude.
Bob, I have a question for you. Where in the Bible does it address how to best handle precocious puberty in children?
It doesn't specifically state anything in the Bible for that.
I thought that all morals, though, came from God and from the Bible, and that it's an authoritative source.
Who said that?
You.
When did I say that?
Well, otherwise, where does that come from? It sounds like your subjective opinion.
So you think that every moral is listed out in the Bible? The Bible doesn't say, hold on a second. The Bible doesn't tell me that I shouldn't go on to OnlyFans and watch a girl show her butthole, does it?
Right. Correct. I agree with you. So it sounds like you agree that morals are actually subjective.
No, I think that there are moral absolutes, and I think that we get things like intrinsic value from the Bible, right? So,
wait. No. You've been
gish
galloping. You've been up here gish galloping.
Okay, so
hang on. You said something. I'm going to respond. And once again, if you're saying there are moral absolutes, from whence do they come?
It's not even from whence do they come. The moral absolutes would be something that's an objective standard.
Right.
Do you not understand the distinction?
By whose standards? There needs to be some third-party arbiter, and you're seeming to say it's the Christian God. Or am I misunderstanding you?
What is your question?
My question is...
Can you ask it succinctly?
Morals are objective. Who is the objective arbiter of what is right and wrong?
It would be God.
Okay, and where does God elucidate these morals? Like, for instance, how we handle precocious puberty in transgender children.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is if it doesn't appear in the Bible, if God doesn't make a commandment for everything that we can't use
I'm
logic
assuming
and reason,
that's what you're saying, unless
that's
you can
not what
tell
I'm
me
saying,
what
no.
your source is otherwise. If you're saying there is an objective source, you've got to point to it and tell me where it's listed.
Well, again, I tried to tell you, and then you said I was grandstanding. Can I tell you?
I never said grandstand. Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
Okay. So in your worldview, you don't have anything like intrinsic value, right?
No.
Because
You
humans
were
can't
gonna
have
you were gonna
intrinsic
talk
value in
about
your worldview.
your worldview.
Okay. In my worldview, in my paradigm, human beings have intrinsic value. So I can say, okay, these people have intrinsic value. Are we overriding that intrinsic value when we chop off their breasts or chop
Correct.
off their
And I can
genitalia?
say that people have
It's
intrinsic
not hard to
value, which is
understand.
why we should
No,
honor
people don't have
them.
intrinsic
No,
value in your
no.
worldview.
Hold on. I also agree people have intrinsic values, but I have to
No.
also deduce by using reason, logic, empathy, all of these
Okay,
things,
justify intrinsic value in your
what
worldview.
the standard.
Justify it.
100%.
I'm
I
not going to allow
can,
you.
but the point is, no, hang on.
No.
The
Justify it
point
right now.
is,
I'm not going to just let you have it. Go ahead,
the
justify
point
it.
is, I could of
Nope, I don't care
course
what your
go,
point is. Why? Where do you get intrinsic value in your
Bob,
worldview?
Bob,
Justify it.
I can 100%
I'm not going to
talk
let
to you
you
about my
presuppose.
worldview.
Where
The
is it?
point is,
I don't care what your point is. Where do you get intrinsic value in your worldview?
Bob,
Where do you get intrinsic value?
on for a fucking second. You are
I don't
trying
care
to
about
run
your
away
point.
from the point. You're trying to move the goalposts and run away
I'm
from
not
the
moving
point.
the goalpost.
What
I
it
answered your
sounds like to me
question.
you are granting is
And
that
you said I have intrinsic value in my worldview, and I said, well, justify it.
So assuming that we both are going to operate on the premise that people have intrinsic values,
No, I'm
to
rejecting
reason.
that. I am rejecting
I'm granting that to you, Bob. That is my gift to you.
I'll give it to you.
I am granting you.
I'll give it to you.
Okay, I'm not
Intrinsic
granting it to you.
value is given by the valuer, right? So
I'm not giving it
what
to
is
you.
the exact
So
value? What is the exact
Where is
value of
intrinsic
somebody
value on an atheistic worldview or whatever
It's
your
given by the
worldview is?
valuer.
Who even
Okay,
said
so
I'm
we
an
just
atheist?
describe it?
I'm not. The point is.
I don't care what your point is. Where's intrinsic value in your worldview?
All right. Georgia, I'm about to cut off my ears listening to Bob Kick. Sorry to say sorry to Gemini for cutting her off. Gemini, if you want to finish your points, you're welcome to.
Forget cutting off genitalia. We're all wanting to cut off our ears. Thank you so much, W, for that. We can... This guy is completely moving the goalpost, and he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. It's so disingenuous. He realized, oh shit, turns out it's not objective. It is all subjective. And even if we are operating on the same premise that people have intrinsic value, wherever that comes from, well then the question is, and the point is, that we're all going to have to use our deductive powers and our own values to determine how we apply that in our day-to-day life. So it's almost like the morality is subjective, and he fucking knows it. He admitted it in 10 different ways, that all of a sudden Pickles is saying, oh, well, in those days we saw it this way, but, I say that it's slavery is wrong in all times across all peoples. And he knows it. But back in those days. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
giving context for people to be... Come on, dude.
They would rather be slavery and grape apologists.
I love this. Can someone pin this? When you kick, you loose with 2 O's. Someone pin that.
We loosed him. We sure did. We loosed him to go back into the real world and maybe touch some fucking grass. Dear God. Okay, well, that was fun. I have to run. But have a good evening, afternoon. Thank you.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Chat, tap the screen. We can get to 50K really quick. I'm not going to turn the phone line on just yet if you're trying to call in. I'm sorry. It's off. I've got a few more people in the box that want to talk. When we run out of people in the box, we will open up the YouTube line. Why can't I pin it? Let me see if I can change your access. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I like what Trump does.
You like what Trump does?
Yeah, it makes you some money.
Cool. Can you tell me what a thing you like that he did?
I like the volatility he brings to the stock market. I like his federal income stance. I like a stock buyback program back in whatever it was, 2018.
Stock buyback program in 2018. Did we see like a fucking 90% increase in stock buybacks?
Huh?
Oof. Are you just somebody who's invested an investor?
Yeah. Here, look.
All right, what percent of the United States is an investor?
I don't know. I don't really care what other people are invested in. I invest my own money,
Cool.
and
So
that's what I do.
the difference
What I
between
do.
liberals and conservatives, I think the starkest difference would be people who are like basically just selfish. Basically, people who just don't care anybody like about
I think
anyone
it's
else.
people are complaining on TikTok while they could be going making money.
Sure.
That's it. You know
Sure,
what I mean?
I'm sure that's a cool turn on it. But were you saying that when Biden was in office and things were in the shitter, or were you crying?
Oh, when Biden was in office, the market was horrible. There was no volatility. The
You should
S&P,
get your own money up, dude. Right?
yeah, I lost a lot of money under Biden, but it's all good. I made it back.
Yeah,
under
I
Trump.
mean, well, you should blame yourself. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Why'd you vote for Trump? If you wanted Trump to save you, wouldn't that be your own job under your own worldview?
I've already told you. I like the volatility that Trump brings to the market. Volatility makes you money.
I'm going to help you. 20% of all Americans have directly invested into the stock market. So the rest of us, 80% of us, don't see any benefit from this. So if we want a president for all the people, not just the richest of the rich, you would vote liberal.
No, I think people should get off TikTok, stop complaining, go follow some trades. I mean, the man's literally
all
telling
you
you what to buy. The guy is literally telling you what to buy.
Yeah, he's doing insider trading. Got it.
Okay, yeah. Meanwhile, they're all doing it.
Meanwhile, they're all doing so. It's okay.
Yeah. So meanwhile,
You probably would have done
hold
slavery
on.
back in the day since everybody else was doing it,
Pickles.
right?
Wait, hold on, Pickles. They're all doing insider trading and not telling you. This guy is fucking telling you and trying to create
No,
you wealth.
This guy can't hide it. He's such a narcissist that he just can't
But you
stop.
sit on TikTok and complain rather than going.
Yeah,
and
because I
research.
care about other people. I care
I
about
don't
the
know, man.
general public. Investing is a privilege
How is it a privilege?
because the average American can't incur an unexpected $400 cost. How the fuck would they invest
Do you
in
know
the
why?
stock market?
Do you know why, Pickles?
Why?
Because they're so worried about convincing strangers of what they have. They'll go buy brand new iPhones and name brand Gucci clothes and things like that.
I don't think
Besides,
so.
when
I think you're just victim blaming people.
predecessor.
I don't
No,
think
dude,
not
I
all
don't
people who
need
are
to
suffering have
blame
Gucci belts,
anything.
man. That's a lie.
Brother, do you realize the retail credit right now, the debt and credit right now, is so fucking high
It's
that
1.7 trillion
actually
dollars. Yeah, because that
no,
is
the
a
retail
economic.
credit debt.
I'm saying that the credit card debt of America is
Yes.
$1.7 trillion because
It's
people had
disgusting.
to start living on credit because the economy was so shit because of
Brother,
Trump.
They are financing vehicles that they don't even make the fucking capital.
Okay, there
and
you
they're
go,
doing a
victim
daily
blaming people,
job.
right? You think everybody is making
decisions.
irresponsible decisions, or do you think people are trying to survive?
Irresponsible decisions to try to convince strangers that they have money.
Sure,
That's
sure.
exactly
And
what
that's
the fuck it
everybody?
is.
What a blanket statement. Got it.
I don't think it's everybody.
Can you prove that that's everybody?
No, I can't prove that's. I'm not stating that that is everybody.
I know, you're just selfish. You're like, oh, well, I didn't make these mistakes. I make different choices. Therefore, I'm insulated from the bad decisions my president makes. Therefore, you should do the same thing. That is a
Brother,
privilege.
Brother, I don't sit on TikTok and complain about a guy that doesn't even know I exist. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
go
sure
and
you would have been.
research,
I'm sure you
And
guys
I
would have.
do things in order to benefit myself and my family.
Cool. I'm
Okay?
sure
That's it.
during Hitler's Germany, you would have been like, stop crying about Hitler, dude. You got Hitler derangement syndrome. Get your money
Yeah,
out.
I'm sure you love to talk on other people's perspectives. That's all you've done while I've been up here.
Do you think that would have been a good perspective
It's
to
a
have?
very unintellectual thing to do, brother.
Sure.
Yeah, sure it is.
I don't think anything that I'm saying is not intellectual.
If you're sitting here and using your justification to validate yourself off somebody else's perspective, you are a simpleton. Do you not comprehend that,
No,
brother?
I think that the first thing that our forefathers wrote down when they started this country was they wanted us to be able to criticize our own government without the threat of being arrested. And I'm exercising that because I'm a patriot.
Nice, bro. I'm glad you perceive yourself as a patriot. Are you seeking my validation now or something? I really don't.
No, I'm just. You're
perceive
sitting
yourself
here
as that.
trying to make fun of me for having an opinion and spreading awareness
I'm
of
not
the
making fun of you
wrongdoings
at
of our
all,
government.
dude.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not making
are.
fun of you at all.
Yes, you are. You're like
If
you're crying
my
on TikTok.
implication, yes, if my implication of if my implication of your words is something that you're perceiving, that is on you.
Okay. All right.
You're
So
very
if you're worried
yeah.
about me on here doing what I do, that's on you.
I'm not worried.
Yes,
I'm
you
making a
are. Then why are
statement.
you saying that?
So you're saying somebody can't make a statement without being worrisome?
What are your motives for saying it?
Come on, man. Motivation. Literally motivation, dude. All I'm here to do is try to motivate people
No,
to get
you're
the
trying
fuck
to
off this app.
exactly. You're casting shame about
Yeah,
me
get the
doing
fuck
what I
off the
do.
app.
There you go.
This app does nothing for you except put fucking premise in your fucking brain. And you guys don't comprehend
Premise?
this shit yet. Yeah, a premise of fucking derogatory shit.
Thank you for the galaxy.
There you go, man.
Yeah,
It's
I don't think
crazy,
you have
dude.
much to add to this. You're just like somebody who plays with stocks. I don't think you know shit about
No
fuck.
shit. And everybody has the opportunity to go better yourself and get the fuck off this app and do it.
Oh man.
But
Or
no,
you can get on this
you'll
app.
continue.
This app is also the main income of millions of Americans, millions of
That's
small businesses. You're
phenomenal.
gonna sit here and cry that I do this?
That's phenomenal then, dude. If you are making capital off this app, then I applaud you, okay? That's phenomenal.
All right, then pipe it down.
I'm not saying anything bad, but the people that are viewing you, the people that are watching you, whatever it is, they need to understand that you do not need to sit on this fucking app and argue with people all day. You
Yes,
need to
I
go
do.
better yourself.
Yes, I do. I do fine. I'm bettering myself in my downtime. I don't just do this all day. I wouldn't work out
That
before
statement
this.
wasn't implied towards you.
Cool, man.
brother.
So you're on this app, right? Why aren't you going and making money right now?
I made money this morning. What are you
Okay,
talking
cool.
about?
Then I'm sure that the rest of my viewers also worked a job today.
That's phenomenal. I'm glad
Cool.
they
Then
seek
stop
employment.
generalizing. Stop being a silly goose.
That's fine if you think it's generalizing, but it's almost statistically based, dude.
No,
What's
it's
the
not.
unemployment rate? What's the unemployment rate
It's like
right now?
4.4. It's bad.
Okay. Yeah, so by my assumption of people being unemployed, is that fucking factual? Come on.
No, I'm saying it's because of Trump. It was way better during Biden. Did you know that?
There you go. Nice. Maybe we're creating jobs with no demand. Have you thought about
No.
that?
No,
Do you
there's
think that's more? Wait, hold on, because this is a good question, Pickles. Do you think creating
What-
jobs with no demand is more detrimental or beneficial to a society?
I think
Let me
it's
ask you
it's a
that.
negative economic indicator, but that's not the
Correct.
case,
Okay.
right? Because there's only what, like 8 million people looking,
I'm
or
glad
8
you're
million open
sensitive.
jobs. That's
Well,
not
I'm
very
glad
many.
you have, yeah, logic then, okay?
Yeah, it's not very many.
That's fine. Yeah, but if we're creating jobs, dude, with no demand, it is far detrimental more than on the taxpayer.
What are you talking about?
And
There
that's
is a
bad.
demand. Unemployment is the demand.
No, I'm saying, okay, so listen, bro. If there was a less unemployment in under Biden, but he was creating hundreds and thousands of jobs, there's no demand.
What?
You see what I'm saying?
The economy was objectively better.
What?
The economy was objectively better at the end of Biden's term.
Oh, okay, but you just stated, right, that these jobs were in demand, right? So if the unemployment rate was significantly lower under Biden, where was the demand for jobs?
Unemployment is the demand of jobs, you fucking traffic cone.
Pickles, I understand that, okay? What I'm saying here is that the demand of jobs should be so high right now, correct? Since the unemployment is high, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so and how many jobs is Trump roughly creating every month? Roughly.
Under 100,000, maybe less.
Yeah, it's like 20 or 30,000, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's not that much.
with that being said, that the demand is higher, now under Biden, the demand would be lower, right? Since the employment rate is lower, correct?
No, the unemployment rate is higher.
You just stated it was lower under Biden.
Okay, yes, it was lower under Biden. There were so there's two metrics you
don't
need to
even
think of.
remember your stance,
It's
dude.
jobs created and then
Yeah, what's up?
unemployment. So
Okay, so
people
listen.
they had plenty of jobs to choose from and they
But
were
there was
able
no
to get
demand.
jobs. There was plenty of demand. Are you saying that high unemployment is a good metric?
No, dude.
Yes, you are. That's what you're inferring. That's so silly, dude.
I am literally saying that if there is a high unemployment, there is a demand for jobs, correct, Pickles?
There's people who want jobs, yeah.
Correct. So there is a high demand, correct?
Sure. And he's not
So
creating them,
on the
right?
contrary,
Is a high demand
correct.
with low job
Follow
creation
along,
good?
Pickles.
Is a
Pickles,
high
follow
demand for job is high demands for job with low
Pickles.
job creation good?
Pickles, just follow along, okay, buddy?
Can you answer that question?
Well, ask your question. I'm sorry.
High unemployment with low job creation, is that good?
Yes.
It's
Absolutely yes.
not. It's not.
Pickles, how do they bring down inflation? Let me see if you even comprehend any of it.
Increase interest rates.
Okay, that's one way. And what is the next way?
I
Is
don't know.
exactly what the fuck we are talking about right now. What is it?
Creating jobs?
Raising the unemployment.
What?
Okay? Yes.
No, that is just a side effect of increased interest rates. It's
No,
not. No
if
one
you
wants to
raise your-
increase. No,
If you
nobody's
raise
like,
your
we need to raise
unemployment,
unemployment.
your purchasing power goes.
Oh no.
Oh, I just got a notification. If you raise the unemployment, this is the two ways that they bring the money back. They raise the interest rates and then they raise the unemployment. That's how they bring the money back to
They
the
don't
central bank.
artificially try. What they do is they raise interest rates until unemployment starts going up, and then they go, "Oh fuck," and they stop.
So you're
right?
saying, wait, hold on. So you're saying that they do not intentionally raise the unemployment, right?
No.
What are layoffs, Pickles? What are layoffs?
Layoffs are financial relief.
Okay, and where are these people being laid off? From government subsidized companies, correct?
Some of them, yeah.
So yes, so if the government decides to cut off the funding and intentionally create a higher unemployment, what is going to happen, Pickles?
I don't know.
Come on, buddy. You got to think, man.
What's going to happen? Inflation goes down?
I think you've contradicted yourself about 4 times.
Are you saying that people try to intentionally, like directly try to raise unemployment? Are you not
Yes,
admitting that
that
is a
is the-
side effect?
That is the two ways that they bring down inflation is to bring the money back to the central bank.
Well, how come
Okay.
how come unemployment's up and inflation's up compared to where Biden left
Inflation
it?
is going down.
Inflation's gone up. What are you talking about?
What is the CPI? What is the recent CPI?
3?
No.
Core CPI is 3.
Is it 3?
Yeah.
And what was it last quarter?
4.2.
Okay. There you go.
Monthly change plus 0.5. It's gone up. So
No, it's-
you're
it's
saying
not really- you
inflation
don't
is
quantify anything
4.2.
monthly.
4.2, 4.4 actually. It's 4.4.
Okay, so previously it was 4.2. What is it? What is it this quarter you just regurgitated? 3, correct?
Core CPI was 3.
3, right? So from 4.2 to 3, is that a decrease?
No. I talked about core. So last quarter it was 4 and it went up to 4.2.
You just stated that. I asked you what the last quarter
You
was,
asked
the
me what
previous quarter.
CPI was, not inflation.
What is the inflation then, Pickles?
Inflation's 4.2 right now.
And what was it the previous quarter?
3.3.
Okay.
It's gone up, right? So your
Yes.
whole logic with high unemployment brings down inflation. You guys have raised inflation and raised unemployment.
It is going to come down, dude. And this is
Got
what is
it.
going to happen. It is going to come down to the point that in October or September, whatever it is, when the Fed comes in and raises the rate again,
Wait,
what is that?
Okay, first of all, they said that they're not changing the rates.
They are going to raise the rates. They are going to
They
have
just
to
said that they're not going to.
They are going to have to simply based on the commodities. That's it.
Hmm.
Yes.
I think this is just you saving
No,
face after I
they're
just
going-
proved you wrong. Your own metrics made you look silly.
Brother, you have not proved anything wrong. The two ways that they bring down inflation, okay, is hiring the interest rates, which brings the money back to the central bank, and raising the unemployment rate, which was increase your purchasing power, so you bring it back to the central bank. This is basic econ 101. That is the two ways that they bring down inflation. Just
Cool.
Google. I'm sure
Cool.
you're sitting at a computer
Cool.
right now.
I did.
Yes.
It's described by the Phillips curve. When fewer people work, overall consumption demand drops, limiting
There
business
you go.
visibility. Nice.
This is
Okay.
common knowledge.
Nice. So what happened when Biden left office? We had 3% inflation. What caused it to go up now that we need to make
There's
it go
many
down?
global factors that can also associate it. How many
And I'm
currencies?
asking you what they are.
Hold on, we'll get into it. How many currencies? I'm about to get into it right now. How many currencies do you think are based off the USD?
I don't know, tons.
Thousands, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if USD is the main proprietor of it, and these other umbrella currencies underneath USD are causing generational inflation, it is eventually going to catch up to the main component. Right or wrong?
I think that you're just generally stating
I'll
the
give it to you
way
in simpler
world
terms.
inflation might be affected by the US dollar, or
I will
the way
give-
that the reverse is true.
Correct. I will give it to you in simpler terms. There's a room of 100 people. 4 people are starting to be sick. Eventually, how many people do you think it's going to take for you to get sick?
I don't know, 5.
Okay. So by that logic, right, if I'm the main one and I am the one that is controlling everybody in that room, when all those people become sick, I'm eventually going to become sick, correct?
Okay.
It's that simple. If all these currencies are based off the USD, and these currencies that are experiencing these high inflations, it is eventually going to trickle up to the predecessor.
Corporal
That's
Alpha.
it.
Corp Alpha 2462 super chatted $19.99. I'm vote. Ballot box with ballot emoji. Democrat in 2028. What are they offering?
Thank you for the $20.
What would a President Newsom offer me? Honest question. USA emoji. Fire emoji. Tumbler glass emoji.
Thank you. So I think that bringing stability to the world economy, creating jobs through subsidies is far more effective than what Republicans do. We're 50 times better, literally, at creating jobs. That's the actual number. I'm not just saying that colloquially. I am saying that when we come into office, we do things like increase the GDP at a higher rate. We increase GDP per capita at a higher rate. So whatever he comes up with, progressive policy is basically a giant marketplace of ideas where we're not limited to just tax breaks and individualism. We do things with collectivism, and we have far better outcomes, like negotiating prices for medicines, negotiating prices for all sorts of commodities that we need every day. We are going to probably reinvest in the IRS so that we see higher federal income. So we start chipping away at the giant hole of debt Trump has created us. We'll probably start repairing our relationships with all of the countries Trump has pissed off. Literally almost the whole world hates us at this point because of the way Trump has acted on the world stage. I think Gavin Newsom is far more likable, far more diplomatic. I think it's just a no-brainer to vote liberal every single time. I don't think the Conservative Party should even exist. The Liberal Party or the Left Party has so much room in it for us to have like 3 parties within itself.
It's dancing on the fascism side, but I mean, who do you think is more fiscally responsible, Republicans or Democrats?
Democrats, easily.
Okay, and like, is your whole justification like Clinton and his surplus?
No,
Is that what
my justification would be this.
What's up?
You guys do this.
Yeah.
At Corp Alpha 2462 super chatted $49.99. Feel Newsom his best chance of winning?
No, I think Kamala's ahead of it in the polls.
There you go, man. That was a 50. Was that $50?
Yeah, thank you so much for the $50, dude.
Nice, dude.
This is a chart that I show everybody every single time a Republican's in power. They just do big, fat, sloppy tax breaks for their corporate investors. And this is what it does every single time. The debt has now exceeded the GDP. We are 120% to a debt to GDP ratio for the first time since World War II. You guys constantly do deficit spending. We are the only ones with a fucking set of balls that are willing to do effective tax rates to chip away at this.
All right. Now let me ask you, what was the majority of Congress under Bush?
For 2 years, it would be Republican. For 2 years, it was Democrat.
Okay, so the first 2 years, right? The first 2 years, do you see that increase right there? And then the final 2 years, what happened in the final 2 years when the Democrats took over?
What
It
happened?
declined tremendously.
I
Now, under Trump's first presidency, what was the majority Congress? Because you want
For
to
the
talk
first 2
fiscally.
years, it was Republican. He couldn't
Okay.
pass anything.
So
The
for the
last
first
2
2
years, what
years,
you're going to point to is the CARES Act, which is COVID.
yeah. So for the first 2 years, right, and the second part was Democrats, right?
hmm
This is almost playing out perfectly because you can actually see on your chart when the Democrats took over and what happened after they
Or
took
when
over.
COVID hit, right?
No, come on, man. This goes
Yes.
back all the way to
Yes.
Eisenhower. Dude.
No, no, no,
Come
no,
on,
no,
and
no.
I'm glad you brought that up, man, because a
I
lot
can
of people
show
don't
you the
understand.
actual spending for Trump, and most
Well,
of it was
hold on.
complete bullshit.
Because a lot of people don't understand that they think that a president is in main control of fiscal responsibility,
Okay. All
which
right.
is the most comical thing.
This is you
dude. So I'm
skirting.
glad-
This is you skirting. They can
No,
absolutely.
no, it's not.
Yes,
I'm
it is.
glad
You are
brought this
shirking
up.
responsibility
I'm glad you brought
to
it up.
Congress. When a president is in office, what they do is they work downstream with senators and people in the House and even people in their states, and they say, "Hey, what would you guys vote for? What do y'all need?" And they come together and they collect ideas and they say, "This is what I'm going to pass. This is what's probably the most viable thing for us to do. The most whatever." The most reasonable thing that we could pass. This is what happens. So when Trump says, "I want a big bill with everything in it," guess what they fucking did? They wrote a huge bill with all the things Trump's asked for in it.
HR1 was phenomenal. Yeah. HR1 was the most phenomenal bill we've had in a long time, brother. That
big, beautiful
made
bill?
Yeah, HR1. That made the federal income brackets permanent. It extended many child tax credits to 2030.
Yeah,
It did a lot.
we were gonna do far more child tax credits. They gave giant
They
tax
were.
breaks for tanning beds, for silencers, for pew pews. They gave giant fucking huge sloppy tax breaks to giant corporations. Most of them went to the top 5%. 95% of all people paid higher taxes last year.
All right. Well, if that's what you think. then-
No, that's what I know. That's what ITEP says.
I think most of society expects a tax return, and that says a lot right there.
Okay, I
You
don't
know what I mean?
care. I don't care. You're just saying that people who are mostly
Well,
negative
if you're
IQ on your
using-
side are like, I
if you're
expect big,
using their
fat, juicy tax
perspective-
returns. But little do they
Yeah.
know that this is not an actual reduction in their bottom line in tax liability.
Yeah, but you're using their tax returns as your justification, bro. Do you not understand that?
I know, but I'm using the actual numbers, not their feelings.
Yes. So these individuals do not even comprehend that the money that they're receiving in their tax return at the end of the year, they're allowing the government to withhold it all year long. They don't even understand their tax code. And
I know, and that's how
guarantee you-
Trump is passing this shit, and you guys are jumping for joy like it's the best thing ever.
No, the people that are complaining about it are those said individuals. That's
Yeah,
it.
dude, when Trump cuts things like SALT deductions and increases people's medical bills by like 200%, everyone has a right to be upset, especially when he cuts all sorts of social safety nets in the process. This is a
safety net
scam.
he cutted?
3.4 million people have lost food stamps.
Okay, let's go over that real quick, Pickles, because this is so funny to me. Okay, what is the amount of capital that they're cutting over a 10-year period? What is it? I'm about to put this in perspective for you. Okay.
I think that what you're going to point to is the fact that we
Watch.
saw an increase in SNAP and WIC.
Hold on.
I
just
already
come
know
on,
what you're
people.
pointing to. I already know. I've
No,
had
you
this
don't.
conversation 100 times.
So how much money are we cutting? How much capital are we cutting in a 10-year period? What is it? 9 point something billion, right? 10 billion, let's say. It's 10 billion, right? Something like that. In 10 years. So let's say roughly $1 billion a year, correct? Right, Pickles?
It's 187 billion
Total?
over the 10-year. So 18
Okay,
billion
so-
a year.
Okay, so 18 billion a year. How much money do we allocate fiscally to these programs? Come on, look it up real quick for me, because I already know the answer. I've looked into this, and it's almost quite comical at this point. $1.7 trillion we
Oh
allocate.
God, you're bringing
fiscally.
in entitlements to that.
Now watch this.
You're
I'm putting it in perspective for
You're
you.
not going to
I
say
am putting
entitlements are
this
part of
into
this.
perspective for you, okay?
Sure, go ahead.
So out of 1.7 trillion, what percentage is 18 billion?
Again, you're talking about
Come on.
Social Security. You're talking about entitlements.
Come on, man. Come on.
No. I'm not letting you get away with this. Entitlements are paid for by themselves, right?
Yes, and all of that capital they're cutting out is not just from SNAP. It is all of these social programs. The only thing they're
I
cutting
know,
from SNAP
and what I talked about was
is
SNAP.
20 billion from SNAP. Okay, so let's go to SNAP. How much money do we allocate to SNAP every year fiscally? It's the same number, bro.
What, 18 billion?
No, look it up. It's far more larger than that. It's like 900.
102 billion?
102 billion, okay? So if we're cutting, this is going to be great. So if
So
we're
a quarter
cutting,
of it? You cut a quarter of it?
it's not a quarter of it.
A fifth
And
of
how
it?
much? No, it's nowhere near that.
Yes, it is. It's literally that.
No, that's over a 10-year period. So 100 billion, right? So we're cutting roughly less than 2 million a year or 2 billion a year.
No, I
correct?
said 18 billion.
No,
You
that's
cut
total.
20%.
That's total.
No. It was 180 billion. We divided by 10, and then it was 18.
That is total.
Yeah, I
of
know,
all
18.
social programs.
No,
We're
that was
speaking on
SNAP.
it is not just SNAP. That is all
Yes, it
social
is.
programs.
Dude, you guys have totally fucked up the
I'm
debt.
gonna
You've taken
do-
away people's social services, and you're sitting here
The debt.
minimizing it just by saying,
Wait,
"Oh,
wait,
it's
wait,
just
wait,
this
wait, wait,
minute
Stop,
number."
Stop. What is the debt? What is the debt representation number? What is that?
39 trillion
No. What does it represent?
represents how much money we owe in bonds.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fucking glad you said that. So where do we loan out our treasury bonds?
To other countries?
In our government, correct?
Sure.
So when they do not pay back that loan on the T-bond, what does the central bank do?
They print more money.
They reissue the exact same fucking treasury bond. So all that number is a literal representation of the deficit to the treasury bonds that is fucking it's almost fake.
Oh no, dude. No. First of all, what's our cumulative interest, or how much debt do we incur each year, just from interest?
I'm not too sure.
It's like 1.7 trillion, dude.
Okay, so from
You're
that
just
being
like,
said-
it's not a big deal. It's literally we're insolvent. We're gonna become insolvent. You're just like saying
You're
it's like
not
nothing.
insolvent.
Yeah.
You cannot become insolvent when you have a fiat system that isn't backed by anything.
I am saying yes. First of all, our credit rate has
Okay,
reduced
Pickles,
twice.
Pickles.
You're just
So
saying there's no
explain-
repercussions. There's no ramifications for spending like an idiot. We can just why don't we just
Explain-
pay for everybody to have free healthcare?
What? I'm about to show you. So explain how you can become insolvent with a fiat currency that is backed by nothing. Explain that to me.
Because we can have no basically we could have such a low capability of generating GDP that our money becomes worthless. So it's backed by the idea that we are able to generate money.
And how would it become worthless?
We would have
If
to
there's
print
no
our way
backing.
out of debt, right? We would print
If
our way out
there's
of
no
debt.
backing, how would it become worthless?
Oh no. Are you a gold standard guy?
I'm not going to go into that, but I just want you to explain that to your people real quick. Because it's quite comical at this point.
I'm not saying $0, but it could get close to $0, right? It could be literally near worthless, right? Hyperinflation is a real thing, right?
On paper, right?
On paper, you don't think there's real ramifications for hyperinflation?
When has there been hyperinflation?
In Germany in
No,
1927?
here in America.
We
With
haven't
our
had it
own
here in
fiat-
America.
Okay. So again, if we have never had that, how can we become insolvent on a fiat-backed currency or a fiat system that has no backing? You
Dude,
still have
you're
not
just
answered
being
that.
silly. They did the same thing in Germany. It happened.
It's not silly.
It's happened before. It is a real thing that can happen. What are you talking about?
When did it happen in Germany?
Right before when they did the Treaty of Versailles.
Okay, so what was their monetary system backed by?
I don't know.
Precious metals, correct?
Let me see.
I'm trying to help you understand that if you are on a fiat system that is backed by literally nothing, there is no possible way you could ever become insolvent. It is a literal tactic to scare investors And it's crazy, dude. It's so fucking crazy that people don't comprehend the system that they're in. And it's more fucking crazy to me that people, not pointing towards you at all, but that would fucking sit and just complain
Fiat
about
currency is the only type of money that can experience hyperinflation. What are you fucking talking about? That's what Google says.
something. That is backed by fucking metal.
Fiat currency is not backed by metal.
Holy shit, dude. How many... You have to have a fucking system that is backed by either a good, a commodity, or something like that.
Or it's based on our GDP, right?
It's not based... Okay, explain how it's based on our GDP.
It's the trust that we're able to generate capital.
The trust, right?
Yes.
So it's a speculation, correct?
Right?
Okay, so how can you ever become insolvent on a fucking speculation?
Because they can look at our debt and versus our GDP and speculate that it's insolvent.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Pickles. I don't think you quite comprehend what you're trying to do.
Dude, literally, I Googled this, and the first thing that came up was, yes, fiat currency is the only type of currency that can become insolvent.
Look what it literally says, because it is backed by fucking gold. You dumb fuck.
No. Unbacked
Read
currency.
right after
It
the
says
fucking
when a
first
central bank
sentence.
prints an unbacked currency to solve a financial crisis
It
or fund
literally
government spending,
says,
the volume of money
yes,
just
fiat
drastically
currency
outpaces.
is the only type of money that can experience hyperinflation
Yes.
because it is backed by physical commodity like
Because
gold.
it's not backed by a physical commodity like gold. You fucking numbskull.
You're a fucking idiot, dude.
You read that wrong? Really?
No, you're a fucking idiot, man.
I'm an idiot, but you read this wrong and you made the
Yes.
exact opposite point that this is making?
Yes. So if the fucking currency is backed by a gold, right?
It says when it's not backed by a gold.
Okay, yes.
It is
Are we back?
exclusively the only currency that can experience hyperinflation because it's not backed by gold.
Oh, man.
You didn't think you were going to get educated by a high school diploma, did you?
By what?
I have a high school diploma.
No,
Read it and weep.
No, I don't have a diploma.
You don't have a diploma?
No.
Did you graduate high school?
No. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't need to. You know why?
I think you do. I think we just proved it, right?
Do I? Do I need to?
Yeah. Well,
I don't work,
I just saw today that
I don't work. I work for myself.
Nice. Grats, dude. Grats.
Oh,
Not
Pickle's
all of
right.
us derive our ego from our financial situation, right?
That's fine. You're trying to use the fact that, and I do have a fucking diploma. You're trying to use the fact that you perceive me as not having a diploma, that I don't hold any intelligence.
I said that I have a high school diploma. I have a high school diploma, and that's it.
I heard you, yes, and you said, do you think you would be educated by a high school diploma?
A person
And you asked
with a high
me.
school diploma.
And you asked me. I'm speaking on my perspective now. I'm not speaking on yours anymore.
What I meant to say is that you didn't think you would get educated on the economy by somebody with a high school diploma.
Yes, and you have not educated me on anything.
I just did.
No,
You said
the only
hyperinflation
thing-
doesn't happen with fiat currencies. It could never happen. It's the only type of currency that could have hyperinflation because it's not backed by gold.
So the fiat currency was never backed by gold?
I'm saying
Is-
that our
is every
currency
single
today,
fiat currency not backed by gold?
I don't think so, no.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, fiat currency is not backed by gold.
You're out of your mind, dude.
Dude, am I teaching you this one today too?
Yeah, teach me. Yeah.
Fiat currency is not backed by any physical commodity.
Yeah, okay. No worries. No worries, man. Take care and have a good one.
Follow the stream chat. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Are you gaming right now?
Yeah, I am.
What are you gaming on?
I'm playing League of Legends.
Are you Diamond?
I'm Emerald right now. No, I know I'm bad. What rank are you?
I don't play.
Oh, so you're Iron.
Yep.
I wanna. You earlier said to that guy that, like, only 20% of, I guess, Americans is what you said, invest in the stock market.
Are directly invested in the stock market.
What does that mean, directly invested?
Meaning you, instead of having a 401k, you go and buy a stock.
Oh, so 401ks don't count?
Correct. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody's getting
What-
rich instantly on a 401k. Nobody's making a living and getting by on their 401k unless they cash out on it, right? And then they fuck up their
Well,
retirement.
People's children could.
Well, I'm not talking
Right.
about that. I'm talking about living today without hardships.
Well, no, but I mean, it's something to think about. You're probably discrediting children from that conversation, but in theory, some people's kids are getting rich off their 401ks.
Tight. I'm talking about the majority of America, not just some pipe dream.
What do you mean, some pipe dream?
Some like hypothetical where like maybe what stocks are doing today might help my kid in 30 years or some shit. I'm talking about people having hardships today. So 20% of people have direct investments in the stock market. So if you're up here trying to say that the economy is good because the stock market's good, nobody out here is feeling that. 80% of America does not feel that, does not get any sort of win from that.
No, that's not what I'm really saying. I'm saying that there is more people than 20% invested in the stock market.
Okay, but I said
And the
direct.
stock market is going up. And the stock market
It's actually
historically goes
pretty,
up.
it's actually kind of bland. It's not really going up.
Okay, well, look at it in the past 20 years. What direction has it gone?
It's gone up. Every president, nobody gets to jerk themselves
Exact-
off
no,
because
Exactly, though. It doesn't matter who the president is. That's kind of
Yeah.
the point I'm making.
Exactly. So why would somebody come up here and be like, look what Trump's doing in the stock market? Literally, the stock market, it could be doing way better if Trump never did tariffs.
But see, I never said Trump was good or bad for the stock market. I'm just saying the stock market is a good investment, but you're claiming it's a pipe dream for people to, work hard and
Yes,
put money in the 401k
nobody has
for
enough.
35 years. and then
Nobody
they'll
has
start
enough
making-
money to effectively live off of the stock market. That is a privilege.
No, no one lives off their 401k. You put it in a small percentage, maybe 5 to 10%
I know,
of your
and that's why
paycheck.
I brought up direct
then it
stock
grows.
investment.
What?
I know, and that's why I exclusively talked about direct stock investment.
But that's not kind of what I'm getting at, though.
I know. I think you came up here to get a gotcha on the 58% of Americans that are even just adjacently invested in the stock market. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not a win for anybody.
Why is that not a win? Because people are getting their 8% every year. Why is that not a win?
Because nobody is living off of that.
How do you know?
Because that's not how 401ks work, man.
I mean, it definitely is, because by the time you're 55 or 60, your 8% on 1 million is making a lot of money, and you can live off that.
Tight. I'm talking about a majority of Americans trying to get by day to day. Not everybody wants to go cash out their 401ks early right now.
No, I'm not talking about cashing out your 401k early, and 55 and 60 is not early. You're actually at the age to where you can cash it out without penalty.
Cool, but I'm not 55, and the majority of America is not 55. So here we are again talking about the majority of America.
I'm just saying a 401k is a good idea.
I'm not saying it isn't.
You were kind of shitting on it a little bit.
No, I wasn't.
You kind of are. You said it's a pipe dream.
No, I'm saying that the pipe dream is that if you're doing people's 401ks are doing moderately good, by the way, moderately, and that not everybody is just jumping for joy, because not everybody is just sucking off of that and living It's not enough growth in the stock market at all, by the way, for anybody to feel upbeat about what's going on.
Well, you kind of shifted the goalpost
Dude,
just a little bit.
you're gaming while talking to me, dude. I'm gonna get to the next person, all right?
No.
Oh, chat. 401ks are dog shit. Can I come up quick and do this? I'm gonna keep doing debates, y'all. I'm gonna keep doing debates.
Hi, how's your day? Before
Doing
we first continue, I just want to know how's your day?
pretty good, man. Pretty good. How was yours?
Good. So I have a speech impediment, and I have a hard time like understanding super fast. So it's okay if you speak slow for me a tiny bit.
Sure thing.
And if I ask you to repeat something, I'm not being rude. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So I am a Trump supporter for now. I just want you to educate me on something. Is that okay with you to educate me? Because
Absolutely.
I have a question, but I'm not completely sure if I'm right. So Trump posted or on his thing in the 14 BBC Today News. I consider that a bit neutral. Do you consider that neutral? So it says that in one of the terms we're gonna own Iran's like nuclear stuff. Then we don't have to, and the other places don't have to pay for it. Give them $300 billion, but only we're not required to. But America can, but we're not required to. On BBC it says that.
So I think what it's alluding to is the conditions in which
Yeah,
we
that's what I
would be
mean.
giving them $300 billion.
Oh, I thought no. Oh, my bad. I thought it said that like we don't have to give it to them. Like the other nations don't need to, but we don't need to do it. But other nations might have to do it, or Iran has to do it at their own pay. I thought that's what I meant.
So the $300 billion isn't exactly our money. I think it's a slush fund that we're going to release to them. And I think it
What does that mean?
includes frozen assets that have accrued interest.
Oh,
So
is it? Oh, sorry.
a direct comparison would be Obama. When we gave them $1.7 billion back when they signed the initial nuclear agreement, it was initially $400 million, and we've been holding on to it for so long that it grew to $1.7 billion.
Oh, okay. I just wanted. So, is this like gonna be a win for us, or just like a loss? I don't understand like the benefit of this, or not. Is it like beneficial? Like, it'll give us money, and would it like make Iran like no longer have any like nuclear weapons? Is that what it means? Like they're no longer like have any nuclear weapons, nothing. That's what Trump is saying, but I don't know if it's completely true.
I think all of those details are yet to be established. I think those are going to be happening in the next 60 days.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
uh,
Because Trump
but
said that he's gonna make a peace deal on the 19th. Is it the 19th today or the 18th? I forgot.
today's the 18th.
Alright.
So I'm reading here just to be more specific. It was not a slush fund. It was funds which are tied to an emerging U.S.-Iran peace and reconstruction framework. They're intended to come from investments by Gulf Arab nations and private foreign entities. It's not exactly tax dollars that we're giving them. I think that's the most important underlying thing to know.
What does that mean by any chance?
It means that taxpayers will not be paying that $300 billion. Foreign private investment contributions from Gulf state allies, performance-based framework, requiring Iran to comply with nuclear limits. While the draft framework was discussed by senior administration, strongly pushed back against characterizations that the U.S. is giving Iran money, dismissing the reports as inaccurate. I'm not exactly The 25 billion is frozen money, not the 300 billion. Thank you, not saying. I think so. While I was inaccurate there, it still stands that it's not our tax dollars, according to Trump. I mean, you never know. I don't know exactly how we're going to come up with $300 billion from Gulf states. I'm going to have to read into that.
What are Gulf states? I don't
States
know.
states surrounding the region, such as the region that touches the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. So would this be a win for us or a loss? I don't really know.
I don't think it's great. No, I think it's basically a surrender.
But like the only thing where I'm confused about if it's surrender or not is because we hold the nuclear stuff. That's why the only reason. But at the same time, we're not really gaining anything besides we're holding our nuclear stuff. That's why I'm saying it to me it sounds like a win, but I was just asking someone who is more educated than me about this to kind of ask questions.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that if you look at the comparison of what Barack Obama did, Barack Obama was essentially getting this same exact deal and the same framework without punishing the world economy with surging oil prices, without punishing all of our allies with those same things. We did not even give our allies any notice before we attacked Iran. They have extreme distrust in us at this point. People have died. Young schoolgirls have died. We're essentially giving them all of this money, which is something that was condemned in the original agreement Obama did. I just think that this is not a better deal by any sense of the any sort of idea. The JCPOA was far better. We lost 17 bases. Yeah, they bombed a bunch of our U.S. bases in surrounding countries, including the UAE and a few other countries.
So like, how is this a surrender? Like, I don't fully understand.
I don't think this is a win. Is that what you asked?
Oh, like, no, I'm saying how is this a surrender? I don't
A
really
surrender?
understand. Yeah, I don't understand
We're
how it
not
is
getting anything out of it. We're going back in time and paying them more money. We're going back in time to a condition we already had that Trump pulled us out of. So I don't think we get to give him any sort of credit for putting us back into a situation he pulled us out of and adding $300 billion to their economy, a thing that he has condemned over and over again.
Just now, Trump posted here, I quote, we did not give it the $300 million, he shouldn't put $billion, and it's a Democratic hoax. He posted that on, I guess, True Social, but it's posted on, I seen it on Instagram, so basically he's saying it's a Democrat hoax.
So this is actually listed in the agreement, and it's not that the $300 billion doesn't exist. It's that it's not coming from our tax dollars.
Oh. Okay, so like, do we still own the nuclear facility stuff? Like, do we have control of it, or do they still have control?
I think those details will be hammered out. I'm guessing that they're going to be handing us over whatever enriched uranium they have. And I'm assuming that we're going to have the IAEA supervising whatever they have. The IAEA is an international organization that is basically all of the countries that have a nuclear program are part of this organization, and they all have agreements to basically oversee. It's a kind of a neutral party that oversees the production of what Iran is doing with enriched uranium.
Alright, so let's say that Trump gets all the uranium. I'm sorry if I pronounced the word. You know what I mean? All the nuclear stuff. Is that a win if we collect all the nuclear stuff and they cannot use anything nuclear? Is that a win or would that still be a loss?
I think that we already had this. So, like, if I don't know, if I didn't want you to have nukes, and then I made it to where you could have nukes, and then I took your nukes away, is that really a win? I don't think so.
It changes nothing.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let me rephrase it. It brings us back to beginning.
Yeah.
But is this gonna like be like a dream change? Like, is anything positive gonna happen to Iran? Like, we're gonna have like a new leader, or like,
No.
alright. So overall, how would you see this ending in overall opinion?
I think that Iran is probably going to have the ability to enrich uranium to civilian use,
Alright.
just like they were before he pulled us out of the JCPOA. I think that they're going to be right back where they were in 2018.
What
I think
was it like in 2018? I'm sorry, I'm not really that informed.
they were under the Iran nuclear deal, and they had your enriched uranium only to the extent of 3.67 enrichment. That is civilian use. That is for like nuclear power plants or medical use. They have every right to pursue that, in my opinion. And I think that that's probably going to be what they ask for again. And I think that we're going to have the same oversight that we did in 2018 before Trump pulled us out. We're going to be right back to where we were.
So basically, we went into Iran. Like, I think at first, when we went to Iran, we killed like a bunch of leaders. I thought that was amazing. Like, oh, maybe there's gonna be like a change. Maybe Iran's gonna be free. Maybe it's gonna be beautiful. That's what I thought originally. But like, now that I'm understanding, so all this is just bringing us like a restart. Like, there's gonna be a new leader. I don't know how he is. Like a new leader, same rules, same everything, and it just brings us back like nothing happened.
The new leader
I
today
don't.
is just the son of the man we killed. So I would say that it's probably emboldened the current leader there. The IRGC is the name of their government. And I think that it's going to give them a lot of positive PR for the citizens of Iran to possibly stay underneath the thumb of this government.
So basically, to summarize this up, please correct me if I'm wrong. So to summarize it up is that they're gonna stay. I'm gonna say just find out a dictatorship, and um, and we destroyed everything they have, but we are basically giving them money, or at least other countries are giving them money that they can kind of rebuild. Even if we're a weaker military, realistically, it's going to be weaker. But like, we're still going to have control over it.
I wouldn't say it's
And
going to be weaker. $300 billion is a lot of money for Iran. Their entire GDP is 400 billion. So this is a big win for them, in my opinion. We, I think, didn't destroy everything. Their navy was destroyed, but their navy was an antique. It was nothing. So they're probably going to take this 300 billion and make a nice navy.
yeah, because I was just a bit confused because because I'm very used to, I live in America, and let's be honest, America is the strongest real country, like army on the planet, in the planet. Like, we are known to, us and China are like 1 and 2, like the strongest nations, I don't know, on the planet. So I thought, oh my god. So to summarize this up, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we just entered there, destroyed everything, then
Not
we're
everything.
gonna give, okay, you know what I mean. But like give a bunch of, then give, or give them a bunch of money or whatever, then we just leave. So it's gonna be like nothing happened. So it's gonna be like, oh, that happened. So it's gonna be just like how it was a year ago.
Maybe 8 years ago.
Oh. So basically, Iran one.
Yeah, I think they're also going to have the money to power their proxy groups. They are the biggest funder of terrorism in the Middle East.
All right.
So giving them that money is, we're hoping that they don't do horrible things with it, I suppose. And also, I think it emboldened their governments. They, in their eyes, and in mine too, won this war. All they had to do was survive. We went on there to pick on them, and they won, especially since we're paying them. In the eyes of Iran citizens, they're absolutely...
Like, we're not. It says in the one of the wars, I just read on BBC about like the terms. We don't have to pay them. It's like other countries that might have to pay them.
Right, but they get the money.
Okay. Okay, yeah, it makes sense now. So yeah, can I just be honest with you for a second?
Uh-huh.
I am not really a Trump supporter. I just wanted to learn from you, and I wanted to ask you questions so I can be more informed. I'm being honest with you.
Sure.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for explaining this to me so I can learn, and thank you so much. I
Anytime.
really appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too, bub.
Thanks.
Someone says it's country. Somebody says it's propaganda. Why would any other countries pay? I don't know. I need to look into that. I don't know. If there's word that it probably is going to be our money. I mean, Trump's lied about everything so far, so I wouldn't be shocked. I read on BBC. Either way, not ideal, right? Only 2 countries signed the agreement. That's so true. That's so true. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah. And they're looking to degrade the 60% enriched uranium. What is it called? I guess they're going to be like mixing it with unenriched uranium. Is what makes sense in my head. Is the phone working? All right, I'm going to turn the phone line on now. Dilute it, yeah. Trump has changed his tune completely. Something's off. He is, dude. His approval ratings in Israel have gone negative. Like he is. His approval ratings have gone from like 80% to 40. Hello?
Oh, dang, I actually got in. I didn't expect that.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
So I think the best answer for that would be I used to be. I voted for him this second term, but I think I can say realistically that so far it's been a complete shit show.
Yeah.
I kind of don't know if I'm going to be able to give you like the hard-nosed debate maybe that you're looking for. I kind of wanted to talk more about how do I put it? So I guess the path that both maybe conservatives and liberals are going down at the moment as far as these extremist wings that are the loud minority at this point. I don't know if that makes any sense.
I would push back on the idea that there's any sort of extremist wing on the left in America. Even our liberal party, we are conservative compared to most of the Western world. The only thing that's probably convinces people that it is a thing is Trump's anti-trans messaging, saying that somehow we are all brainwashed about genders, we're all brainwashed about trans people, et cetera, et cetera. These are just things that right-wing think tanks have thought up to do social wedge issues to convince people to vote for them. I don't think that any of us have a monolith of an idea of what is right and wrong in this regard. But I have had over the last 2 years, I have had to figure out how to defend this minority group. I think that's the only thing most people point to.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, your position basically is that even in today's age in the United States, that most Democrats would be classified as moderate, more in the middle compared to
Even right of the middle.
communism, socialism.
Yeah. Have you heard of the Overton window?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Our Overton window is as far right as you can possibly get, in my opinion.
So you personally, where do you land in?
I'm a social democrat, so I'm just a Democrat who believes in strong social safety nets. So not socialism, but programs, robust social programs.
Okay, so this kind of can bleed into what my original thought is for wanting to have this conversation. I think we have a epidemic of, how do I put this? I've seen, like one of the main things you can say about Trump, I guess, is that he's compulsive. He'll get up in front of the camera and say anything, correct? Like almost could go out and call him a liar. I think we could agree on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there also seems to be this kind of falsehood that it is only for him and his side. When we've seen so much, like why I guess you could say the Overton window is moving so far right. A lot of people tend to blame that on the lies and manipulations and misleading information and talking points given to people on the left. Have you ever heard someone say that?
To repeat the very last part, I'm sorry.
It's okay. There are people who make arguments about this far right uprising, if you want to use that term, and it is due in part or maybe in whole to, they say that leftist politicians, they lie, they're manipulative, they say we don't see what we see with our own eyes. Does this stuff sound familiar to you?
Yeah, I don't know how much I agree with that idea. I would say that just the literal actual policies of the right wing are actually fascist.
Okay, so I guess my conversation is leading maybe less into strict policies and more into the morality of it, of leftists and conservatives. And what I mean by that is, there has been, I think the term is tanky. There's been this huge popularity uprising for people like, say, Destiny, Hassan Piker, things like that. And those people will get on camera and blatantly lie to people. Do you agree or disagree with the statement? What's your opinion on those two, I guess?
I think that each of them have some problematic, personality issues. I would say that most of their actual policy issues are pretty good. I think that I don't think we can really characterize each party with personality flaws, kind of like how Trump does with fraud. Like, oh, look at this Minnesota fraud. Look at this fraud in California. I don't think that the party works like that. I don't think that either political party really works like that unless you directly look at their actions. So if you can actually say, oh, Gavin Newsom just made fraud legal or fraud harder with some sort of legal, like a bill, then maybe you might have a case. But I would say that if you just look at the actual policies of each side instead of doing this like sports teams politics, you can see, I guess, by cutting through all the noise, the actual where these parties lie. So by calling Hassan Piker a liar doesn't really do anything, doesn't move the needle for anybody. Same thing with Destiny. I don't think it moves the needle for anybody. There's just as many bad actors who aren't in governments, literal neo-Nazis, literal people who have giant followings on the other side as well. While that might shift the Overton window a little bit, I think you should actually look at the policies and the ideas that they uphold, such as white supremacy. Hassan Piker, I believe he's a socialist or a communist, but he votes Democrat. And I think that somebody fighting to drag the Overton window left is not exactly as harmful as somebody who's emboldened by active policy right now that's white supremacist and is getting people on board and using fascist rhetoric to justify it. I think that fascist rhetoric relies on this type of misinformation.
I don't know how much time that we got necessarily. I do want to get back to Gavin Newsom. I'm glad that you brought him up. But while we're on this topic, can you explain to me what you consider genuine neo-Nazi and fascist policies being put in place today?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by that? Define what you mean.
So Trump, for instance, mass deportation. If you were to map out mass deportation on a political scale, it is as far right as you can get. It is as far right as you can possibly get, especially when you're doing it by doing like an absurd amount of military spending. And just to put it in perspective, ICE is bigger than any country's military on Earth besides China, and that's for domestic use. I think that is a military state.
Actually, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I can't confirm that, but I didn't know that if that is true.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
I think that Trump's emboldening of corporatism and his cronyism is actual policy. Selling pardons, that is an actual tenet of fascism. Same thing with intertwining government and religion. That is a fascist tenet. Like blatant sexism is a fascist tenet as well. We have a whole generation of kids that I have been debating for the last 2 years that are justifying Trump's civil case with sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll, kids yelling, "Your body, my choice," when we talk about abortion rights. That is a fascist tenet. Same thing with fake elections, fraudulent elections. Trump talking about stolen elections constantly with no proof. For instance, Spencer Pratt in California, in the deepest blue county on planet Earth, or at least in the United States, to call it a stolen election when a Republican loses, I think is wild. And there's people who will die on that hill. That is fascism, to cause distrust in our democratic processes. Pushing the SAVE Act, doing voter suppression bills. That's due to stop at least 20 million women from voting. That is a fascist tenet.
I want to touch on the immigration thing almost first, but before that, with the SAVE Act, what about that is voter repression?
The SAVE Act?
How would that, like what would the SAVE Act have repressed exactly?
So the SAVE Act is essentially kind of a voter tax, a poll tax, mixed with almost like a scavenger hunt of things to do. So if you're a woman who has a last name that is different than what's listed on their birth certificate, you have to go through all sorts of stuff like visit tax offices, get all sorts of documentation to prove that you are in fact that person. And on the other side of that coin, the way they're justifying this is they're saying that this is going to mitigate the presence of undocumented migrants voting in our elections. But if we look, even the Heritage Foundation, which is a far-right organization that wrote Project 2025, they did a study, and it proved that it was something like 30 instances since 1980 of undocumented people try to vote. So we're trying to stop 30 people from voting over the course of the next 30 years, and we're effectively stopping 20 million women from voting. Women vehemently vote blue.
Okay, so you genuinely believe that there is no chance, or there's just a minimal amount of people considered illegal, undocumented that vote?
Correct, yeah. And you just think about it, rationalize it for a second. At the threat of a felony, they think their one vote is going to change the outcome of an election. I don't think so, man.
I don't know. Maybe on like a grand scale of tipping an election, maybe not. But I kind of sit in the camp that, if even one illegal vote is bad, and stopping that at the source is worth the allocation of resources to do so.
But it's not just the resources, it's causing 20 million people estimated to not be able to vote.
So if I remember correctly, when it comes to the women thing, because I think I've seen that argument before, I thought that the one way to get around that, you could also just present a marriage certificate. If I understand correctly, if the last name is different than what they're registered under in the consensus, all they have to do to prove that is provide a marriage certificate.
No, they
Would
have
you
to.
consider that a hard?
No,
Go ahead.
and in fact, that is also. I mean, if you really think about it, if they have to go. First of all, marriages don't change your last name. There's a separate process, right?
Right, that's actually done through the court system.
Yeah. So it's something other than that. It's something extra. And again, if you just think about in a society doing the math, what is the likelihood of all 200 million people registered to vote are going to go through with all of those actions, or how many of them might show up to vote and find out that last time they voted they didn't need this, but they need it this time? How many people keep their finger on this pulse and read this legislation that's coming out? And this is what that is expected to do.
The thing is I think people, and I like to try to base everything in facts myself. Sometimes that tends to be muddied, but I think people push back against that because there are so many outspoken Democrats and people at both the state and federal level that completely talk about how these illegal immigrants, though being illegal, are disenfranchised, and they try to, they try to create policies and programs and things that directly benefit these people. Like, for instance, getting like a stipend every month, getting a place to live, things like that. And I think people, because you say what would make someone risk doing that for a felony, and I think that housing and money, food, things like that would absolutely push someone to do such a thing.
But we don't have any information. We don't have the positive data that shows that. It's literally it's propaganda. So they're manufacturing consent by telling you that this is a thing that could happen, but it hasn't happened ever. It's not going to happen at a rate that would change the outcome of any election, especially when we talk about all 30 of those votes. Even if you stack them all in the same county, it wouldn't be the 11,000 that Trump needed to take the election win in Georgia in 2020. It wouldn't have done anything. So I think what they're doing is playing on your feelings. Like, if you want the voter fraud to be down to exactly zero, at the cost of people being able to cast a vote and have our elected officials reflect the will of the people, I think you wouldn't be for it.
So just to kind of paint a picture of my position real quick, because I know a lot of people that come on here, they'll try to excuse the stolen election and January 6th thing. And I would like to say, despite voting for him in that first term and during his race with Biden, I would like to clarify, I think that was stupid, an absolutely horrible thing to say, and a horrible thing for those people to do.
So do you think that if he's
Um,
willing to say that, he's willing to tell you this other stuff you're bringing to me that might be untrue?
yeah, no, there's no doubt. I wanted to have a conversation more or less geared towards him because as I said when I got on the phone, I'm not happy with him. I'm not happy with the way this second term has gone whatsoever. It's been nothing but false promise after false promise, things like that. I do tend to be conservative. I was born and raised that way. I live in Texas. But I do have a few like stances that are not conservative whatsoever. Like for instance, even though I am a Christian, I actually am pro-choice 100%. I know so many people in your comments that are conservative are going to hate me for that. They're going to say I'm not a real Christian. That's whatever. I don't care. I don't think that's something that we shouldn't be judging people for, and we definitely shouldn't be controlling them through the government. I think
That's based.
absolutely insane.
That's great. That's awesome.
But one place I do land conservative on very hard is immigration. Back to your first point when you were talking about mass deportations and things, what is your view on illegal immigrants?
I think that
You,
there's
no.
the emotional argument against all these people are coming in. Like, imagine someone coming into your home. That's what I usually hear. But I think that is a character flaw for somebody to be so emotionally charged with the idea of somebody coming across our border and having some sort of negative effect on our economy. That doesn't happen. There's a lot of far-right institutions that might say that this is the case. We have a lot of data on this. We have the Manhattan Institute. We have the Penn Wharton School, the same school Trump attended. It's an economic college. And what they say is the effects of mass deportation is negative for every single economic variable you can imagine. And the total cost of mass deportation is somewhere around $900 billion. And it's going to create a $350 billion deficit. It's going to reduce wages for 100% of Americans. The top 63% is going to see wage reductions to the tune of $2,700 over the next 10 years. That's the average. And the bottom 30% is going to see an increase in wages by 1.1%. And then it'll nosedive 0.5% every year after. There's
What do they base that off of exactly? Like, I'm trying to understand how, because in the short term, at the very least, it doesn't matter if it's illegal immigrants or just a bunch of people moving somewhere. When you have a mass influx of citizens coming to a town, city, state, whatever, like, despite how you may feel on it morally, it does absolutely inflate housing costs.
So does mass
property
deportation.
values.
So does mass deportation.
So explain to me how that works.
Okay,
How
so
would getting rid of what we consider the problem make it worse, basically?
first of all, these people are overrepresented in the construction industry. So when we have a shortage of labor and we're starting to pay higher prices for laborers to build homes, that causes housing prices to go up. We can see this in Florida. They passed a bill called SB 1718, and it basically caused the highest inflation in the country by state for, I think, the last 6 years. And they also, for instance, when they leave, they don't just leave a job in a vacuum. They also create demand. So the parallel I usually like to give is think of Daytona Beach. Think of the World Cup right now. All of these people, these tourists have come and they've created this huge demand on restaurants, hotels, etc. These restaurants are hiring extra people temporarily to fulfill these positions to meet the demand. And when these people are gone, those temporary positions will also be gone. So people lose jobs. Uh, the market or the exchange of money goes down, and there's less GDP. So another metric that goes down is I think we were looking at something like $9 trillion of GDP growth because of the surge of immigration over the last 4 years, 6 years, whatever. And we're basically saying we don't want that. We don't like that because of some weird reason, because of your feelings around this.
So I would argue then, using the tourism example with the extra jobs and things, would it not be in our best interest, instead of relying on an influx of people and illegal immigrants to bolster our economy, bolster jobs and whatnot, would it not be in our best interest to both get rid of that and look at different, more sustainable avenues to create the GDP that we might lose from it?
I mean, unless you have some idea that I haven't heard of, I don't know. But this it's basically free money. So if you just don't like the way or the nature that this is happening, I don't know. Like there's an entire party that has found peace around this and that is totally okay with it. They end up having kids. Those kids are U.S. citizens, and here we are in population decline. So this is just a lose-lose, and you know, nothing about this makes you brave for not accepting the help of undocumented people.
Okay, I don't know what you meant by that last
Or,
part.
nothing about this makes it better that it doesn't include undocumented people. I don't.
So
I
your
don't see the
stance
use of that.
completely is then that undocumented people, whether they are undocumented or not, are nothing but a net positive for our.
There's an initial surge of costs and kind of gumming up of our programs when there's such a high surge, but it eventually levels out and it's all positive.
So then also another argument that could be made in that vein is all these resources and whatnot at the beginning, especially, they get allocated toward these people. Why not use that to help with our own, because as a country, we're facing a huge homelessness crisis. We've got people here
I would love.
ourselves that
I would. I mean, we can chew and we can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. I would just ask you, what do Republicans have in mind? They have taken away all of these programs in conjunction with this. They have taken away food stamps, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and subsidiaries for the ACA. None of this has shown us that they're trying to concentrate our resources on our own people. It's the exact opposite. And I would just ask you, which Republican doesn't call that socialism, communism, and fearmonger about that?
I don't want to sit here and lie to you. I'm not sure I could answer that question both truthfully and knowledgeably. That's a good question.
Yeah, I
Kind of
think
put me
that
on the spot with that.
it's dishonest for Republican politicians to say things like America First, because every time they're in office, they want to gut the government. They want to make government smaller. They want to make programs smaller. I don't think that that's a thing.
That's fair. I'm about to have to drive, and I don't want to cause any static with your stream, so I'm gonna have to hop off here. Just let me say two things. One, really appreciate you talking to me. I will say genuinely, you've given me some things to ponder. I'll get off here, do some more studying of my own. Maybe sometime in the future I could hop back on.
For sure. You're
Uh,
welcome back anytime.
The, the second thing is I saw you drinking Celsius. I'm a huge fan. What's your favorite flavor?
I'm on tropical vibe.
Nice. I have been on the Fuji apple pear.
Ooh,
I
that
think
sounds
it's
good.
incredible.
I'll have to try it.
It's really good. You should, man.
All right.
Regardless, I do hope you have a great day, and I think that what you're doing, it is important. So continue it.
Thank you, man. All right. Well, you be safe.
Yes, sir. You
All
too.
right. That's what I'm talking about, chat. I'm talking about good vibes. Good vibes. Non-fizz pink lemonade. I gotta have fizz, man. Gotta have fizz. Did anybody watch the ceremony at the Obama library? Non-fizz green tea mango. I do like green tea mango. That sounds cool. I did watch Trump walk the wrong way at the G7 and get lost. I guess they lost that talking point. I guess we lost it. At the end, Biden was left on stage by himself and asked where his granddaughter was. Michelle so beautiful. W. Trump lost the Iran war. I agree. Agreed. I don't think you usually pay reparations when you win a war. Anybody else know of a time we pay reparations when we won a war? Like a Germany World War I, yeah, they paid reparations for
what's
losing.
good?
What's that, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am. Glad
Alright.
one.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
I like that he's a good president.
What what makes him a good president?
Bills, taxes. You know.
That's it? That's all you got?
Wait, no, hold on. I got a question for you though.
Huh.
Why do you think Trump sucks? Like, just give me one. Like,
I think he's a disaster on the world stage. I think that every country on earth hates us.
all right. Wait, do you believe God?
No.
Oh, yeah, I'm out.
Not part of your book club. Russia, North Korea like us now. I don't know if Russia likes us too much right now. What's up, Cecil?
Hey, Pickles. If Naquan is listening, I'm sorry for getting your name wrong. Naquan is a much cooler name than Laquan, so I see why you were a little bit offended by that. It was a mistake on my part, an accident. But I wish I would have bet some money with Naquan the other night because I did some fact checking and I was right about several things. First off, the SPLC, I mentioned that it was 4.1 million that they spent on their so-called informants. And then Naquan said, well, can you prove it? It's in the superseding indictment, okay, that just came out on June 2nd. Also, the love affair that one of the senior officials at SPLC was having with, they name these informants F1, F2, F9 is the one she had an affair with. And yeah, they made like $1.2 million in 20 years. They were doing this scam. They were living together even. So that's all in the superseding indictment. Another thing I wanted to mention is I'm not going to talk about crime stats because it's just too risky. I could get banned, and I may listen to other guys like you, but you're the only show that I call into, and I would hate to lose that privilege because it's a lot of entertainment for me. Plus, it's healthier to debate politics with strangers than it is people in your real life. I don't talk politics in my personal life with people, but Pickles, I appreciate you're here for us. Um, Other thing is, I wanted to ask Georgia before she kicks me if she's familiar with Helen Andrews. Helen Andrews is an author, and she's the one that came up with the idea that wokeism comes from feminism. And then finally, Pickles, I was curious if you were a fan of Oliver Tree, the guy that just
I
passed away.
I generally like his personality. I think that he's got some problematic stuff going on, but he was a good guy generally.
Okay, because my kid is upset about that, and I didn't even know who he was until he passed away. And then I started watching his videos, and I see why people like him. He's very unique and
Yeah.
original. Um, but yeah, that's about all I got. Your previous callers was right. People should invest in the stock market, even if it's Robinhood. I use Robinhood, and I started buying some copper ETFs a few months ago, and it's just been going up, 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 and up. It's great. So that's one thing. Um, Another thing I was right about, Pickles, unfortunately, is because when you look it up, it's true. The people that they tried to get on the jury, the black people, they did say they couldn't be impartial, and that's why they got kicked from the jury. I mean,
Okay.
that's according to AI. I looked it up. So, oh, and then there's one more thing I got for you, buddy.
Okay.
Here's this article. It's on the AP. It says white liberals patronize minorities by downplaying competence. Conservatives don't, says a study. Well, the study was by Yale and Princeton, and they says that white liberals self-present less competence to minorities than to other whites. That is, they patronize minorities stereotyped as lower status and less competent. And they say the conservatives just talk to everyone the same. So I wasn't surprised by that. Are you?
I don't know, man. I think there's also the people that they didn't include in whatever you just listed would be the people who are just outright harmful to them.
Yeah, how many people was it that did that study?
I don't know, Naquan.
Yeah, so it could have been less than 50 people that did that study, and that's why did you run? Don't run.
Melanie paid to kick because I stand with Georgia. But you can say
Also,
whatever you want, man.
yeah, he made a fake claim. So yes, there was one person, one juror, which at the time they couldn't really tell the person race because you wasn't able to see the person, that said I cannot convict the brother. It was only one person that said that. It was a dude.
Oh.
Not all of the black jurors said that bull crap. I don't know where y'all. First off, AI isn't a source. I don't know why some of y'all consider it. It can be a good source. I mean, a good thing to find a source, but AI overview isn't a source because you could have just read that from somebody's Facebook post.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I heard he was looking for me. I don't even remember who he is. I forget who half of these people are, brother.
I think he said he called you Laquan the other day.
Yeah,
And
I'll be forgetting.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to come up for. I don't know where they're getting this claim that all the black people up there said that. That's not true. One of the black women was a teacher, and they said that they didn't think that she can be impartial because she was a teacher, an educator. But yeah, that's what I came up for, brother. Thanks for having me up as always. You know, it's always love.
Yo, much love, bro.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know, like presenting yourself as less competent towards minority groups just doesn't feel I don't feel like this real mechanism of like how liberals operate socially. I've never thought of like what like are we talking like how does that even manifest?
I
Hello?
love Trump. I love.
Get out of here. Maybe because we listen and learn from them. Like the guest that came up a bit ago, he had speech impediment. I truly, even if there was like an intentional component to it, treated this person as an equal, did my best to make sure they felt like he was treated as an equal. I would say, depending on the conservative you talk to, if you have a speech impediment, there's going to be a slur involved. There's going to be an insult involved. They don't find that to be crossing the line. The people who are demanding that they are able to use like the R slur, I just don't think that's a good thing. I mean, they all made fun of Biden's speech impediment openly. Yeah. It's the claim that we treat them as less competent. Hmm. Artemis says I found it. A new study suggests that white Americans who hold liberal socio-political views use language that makes them appear less competent in an effort to get along with racial minorities. New research suggests that a bias may also shape daily interactions between racial minorities and white people, even those whites who tend to be less biased. According to new research, assistant professor organized behavior at Yale, white liberals tend to downplay their own verbal competence in exchanges with racial minorities compared to how other white Americans act in such exchanges. The study is scheduled for publication. While many previous studies have examined how people who hold racial bias behave in multiracial settings, few have studied how whites who are more well-intentioned interact with people of other races. There's less work that explores how well-intentioned whites try to get along with racial minorities. We want to know how their strategies for increasing connections between members of different social groups and how effective these strategies are. Dupree, co-founder, began analyzing the words used in campaign speeches delivered by Democrat and Republican presidential candidates to different audiences over the years. They scanned 74 speeches delivered by white candidates over a 25-year period. Approximately half were addressed to mostly minority audiences at a Hispanic small business roundtable discussion or black church, for example. They then paired each speech delivered to a mostly minority audience with a comparable speech delivered at mostly white audience. At mostly white church or university, for example, the researchers analyzed the text of these speeches for two measures: words related to competence, that is, words about ability or status, such as assertive or competence, and words related to warmth, that is, words about friendliness, such as supportive and compassionate. Warmth related to intentions such towards others, and competence related to the ability to carry out those intentions. Are two fundamental dimensions of how we see others and portray ourselves in social interactions. Stereotypical portrayals of black Americans generally show them as being less competent than their white counterparts, but not necessarily less friendly or warm, Dupree explains. The team found that Democratic candidates used fewer competence-related words in speeches delivered to mostly minority audiences than they did in speeches. Oh, my dog wants food. So you guys are being nice and warm. I think that you're using condescending in the wrong way. Can y'all read these words, chat? It's still not how I say, yeah. Like, who's to say that, like, when speaking to minority groups, some who often need words of sympathy instead of like the pull yourself up by your bootstraps rhetoric, or a word that's more diverse, like an audience that's more diverse, that might be like their language might not all be like their first language might not all be English. Maybe they use language more easy to understand by a larger diverse group of people. Team found that Democratic candidates used fewer competence-related words in speeches delivered to mostly minority audiences, and they did in speeches delivered to mostly white. We already read this. Preliminary evidence in hand, the researchers set out to further test their ideas. My hope is that this work will help include well-intentioned people who see themselves as allies, but who may be unwittingly contributing to group divides. They designed a series of experiments in which white participants were asked to respond to a hypothetical presumed real interaction partner. For half of these participants, their partner was given a stereotypically white name, such as Emily. For the other half, their partner was given a stereotypically black name, such as Lakeisha. Participants were asked to select from a list of words for an email to their partner. For some audience, or for some studies, this email was work-related tasks. For others, this email was simply to introduce themselves. Each word had been previously scored on how warm and competent it appears. The word sad, for example, scored low for both warmth and competence. Melancholy, on the other hand, scored high for competence and low on warmth. Participants also completed a variety of measures that assessed how liberal they were. The researchers found that liberal individuals were less likely to use words that would make them appear highly competent when the person we're addressing. See, I think this is the word competent, I think, is being misinterpreted. When the person they were addressing was presumed to be black rather than white. No significant differences were seen in the word selection of conservatives based on the presumed race of their partner. It was a kind of an unpleasant surprise to see this subtle but persistent effect. Even if it ultimately well-intentioned, it could be seen as patronizing. Americans tend to be overly optimistic about economic equality between white and black citizens. According to a new study by Yale, SOM's Michael Cross discusses why people systematically misperceive the reality of wealth and income gap that can be done to make American dream more than a myth. Dupree and Fisk suspect that the behavior stems from a liberal person's desire to connect with other races. One possible reason for the competence downshift, as authors describe it, is that regardless of race, people tend to downplay their competence when we want to appear likable and friendly. But it's also possible that this is happening because people are using common stereotypes in an effort to get along. Initial data from follow-up studies suggest that describing a black person as highly intelligent, thus reversing the stereotype, or as already highly motivated to get along with whites, thus removing the need to prove goodwill, can reduce the likelihood that a white person will downplay their competence in their interactions with the black person. Now Dupree is working to understand how these behaviors play out in real-world organizations, for example, whether medical professionals engage in this behavior when interacting with minority patients and how corporate executives present themselves to minority peers. She is also testing the efficacy of this possible strategic behavior. For example, do black receivers of white liberals' competence downshift see this behavior as demeaning or endearing? There's a lot of research focused on biased individuals, on how holding bias, especially implicit bias, can influence social interactions. But that leaves a lot for people. That leaves a lot of people out. My hope is that this work will help include well-intentioned people who see themselves as allies, but who may be unwittingly contributing to group divides. There's a broader need to include them in the conversation. We all have bias, yeah. I think that maybe just being aware of inherent bias might be more present in liberals. Why not just treat everyone the same, says the Republican. By the way, get rid of them goddamn illegals, you know? Hypersensitive to other situations. Maybe there might be a component of like hypersensitivity. They're taking their derp. They took our derp.
Hello. So I actually have up the study because a couple of things I found really interesting that maybe others didn't catch. So I don't know if you saw the comparison of speeches, but they compared small round table speeches and speeches in churches to speeches that are at universities and speeches that are at white churches in particular. I found that to be really interesting because if you actually look at different speeches, like for instance, we could look at Kamala Harris. If you were to put all of her speeches when she was on the campaign trail next to each other, there's shifts in language depending upon where she is in the country. And that's due to the fact of relatability, which is something that is common among politicians. And so I do also find it interesting that the speeches themselves are also going to be different depending upon the size of the crowd, which wasn't spoken about either. The whole paper seems to be focusing less on the speeches and more on what they define as competence and how that appears as like white people to black people and then like vice versa. I can send this link to you if you want, Pickles, if you're just curious, because you can look through all of it. Okay, let me do that really quick for you.
Cecil, you and I both know that There's data, undeniable truths about white privilege. Undeniable truths.
I believe that's the link. Yeah, that should take you right to it.
Oh, I don't know if I want to dig this much more into it right now.
No, I just wanted to give it to you for a different time period. I do encourage people to look at it because it's interesting, but I don't think that it's saying what Cecil believes that it's saying.
Yeah.
And I think that we could. I'm going to be honest with you. I would, like you mentioned before, different language barriers and things like that would also come into play. But like even just when I'm talking to people here on TikTok, I change the way that I talk depending upon the perceived education level of the person I'm speaking to. Like, I'm not going to be using large scientific words or talking how I usually talk if I know that the other individual is going to either perceive me as talking down to them by simply the usage of that language, or they're just going to be like, okay, that's too many big words. And so I would be like, okay, my bad. Like it's more of just like, I think trying to be relatable to an individual. And I don't know if it necessarily should be perceived as a negative. But I just think it's interesting. So it's self-presentation in interracial settings, the competence downshift by white liberals is what it is titled. So I'll hop down. I just wanted to let you let you know something that I noticed, but let me do mod things really quick while I'm up here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Pickles Stream. If you're not following Pickles, please click the follow button at the top of the screen. Let's get those likes up to 100,000K. I know y'all can do it, so we can get some more people in here and get on the FYP. Make sure that you've reposted the live and you've shared it with your enemies, your frenemies, and your friends. Make sure you've also sent in your heart me's. We also have a gift goal at the top. We need 9 more hand heart. Sorry, oh my gosh, ran out of air. We need 9 more hand hearts. And if you'd like to send Pickles any money directly, he has his links in his bio, Venmo, Cash App. And yeah, that's it. So I love you, Pickles. I'm going to hop on back down. And thanks for having me up.
Love you.
Love you too.
I got a huge restriction, so that's why we've dipped so much in viewership. I don't know what happened. Talking too much about election stuff. I don't speak to a doctor unless I'm speak like a doctor unless I'm speaking to a doctor. It makes no sense. I'm sorry for making y'all yawn, chat. I am tired. I worked out for the first time in 5 years today. Feel good. Restriction because I'm too cool? Probably. That's probably what's happening. Shout out to Jin though again for paying for my gym membership. So excited. I do neck and glutes workout. I mentioned this earlier, but there's like I used an app to dictate my workout to me, and they made me it. There was like one where I had to like hunch like a cat, and then like pretty much do the back arch, and then hunch like a cat, and then do back arch while on all fours, and it was liberating. It was like a cat cow, yeah. Yeah, it was basically like a cat thrown up. Cat cow. They were looking at. I said, "Do you like what you see? Do you like what you see?" It wasn't yoga or Pilates, but it was just one of my warm-ups for my little workout app. I was panoosh though. I only did like 45 minutes of workout. And I was supposed to do like an hour and a half. Kegels. If you don't do man Kegels, I feel sorry for you, dude. Thanks, computer. Everyone needs a strong pelvic floor, right? Yeah, I'm not trying to fucking get a hernia from forcing out a fart in my 30s. I also promised myself I wouldn't shart in my 30s, but we failed that one already. You will, yeah. I think the last time I sharted, I was in a Home Depot checkout line, and there was true panic, true internal panic. You need to set more realistic goals. Honestly, that's what my therapist would tell me. You have unrealistic expectations of yourself and others. That's what they'd tell me. Sometimes you shart before your first date and you have to stop at CVS. Thanks, Doc. It's good to know. It's good to know. Sharting in Home Depot again. I just shit in a urinal once. What is this picture, dude?
What do you mean?
Oh, just kidding. What's up? Are you a Trump
What do you
supporter?
mean? What's going on with my pic?
It looked like
What's
you
going on
were.
with my picture?
It looked like you were wearing a bald cap at first, but it's just bleach blonde hair.
No, I mean, what would be the issue if I was in a ball cap? You're in a ball cap.
No, like a bald cap.
You're in
like
a
a
backwards
costume bald cap.
A ball cap. Okay. And so, what's the problem with that, man?
It's not
You have a
a.
problem with
It's
that?
not common. You see somebody with a profile picture with a bald cap.
I know. So then, why do you automatically say what's up with pic? Why don't you say, hey, cool pic? Why do you automatically have to come to the negative, my dude?
Do you want to talk about
shows-
your feelings surrounding that? Do you want to? How did that make you feel?
No. It didn't make me feel anything. Just shows me how you feel about yourself, right?
That's
It's
deep.
like you gotta. It's like you automatically have to criticize someone for wearing a bald cap, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's like an immutable trait. We should skip
I mean,
over.
it's your problem, man. It's not my problem. It's your problem, man. I hope you get better with that. I hope you get better inside.
All right, I'm taking it to heart, man. I'll work on it.
Yeah, man. It's okay, man. If you need a hug, if you need someone out there, if you need a friend, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would potentially not want to be your friend, but would be a friend out there too. But yeah, man, you don't have to criticize me for having a bald cat. If I were to have a bald cat.
Cat?
Cap. Why why are you wearing a bald cap? Do you have any hair underneath?
I'm balding.
Okay, and so that's the reason why you wear a hat?
Yeah.
Wow, man. Insecurity.
It's true.
Why don't you just not wear a cap and kind of show it off proudly?
You're just insecure about your baldness. Okay.
No, it's because if I
I
shut
get it,
off my
man.
bald head, I would have fucking MAGA jamming me up in my DMs trying to get in my pants, and that's annoying.
You think so? You think that the average woman would want to be with a bald man?
I know so.
You think that?
Yeah.
Oh, you know that the average woman wants a man who is bald?
Yeah.
Exactly why you're delusional. That's exactly why you're delusional, my man. It's okay. We get it. We understand.
Bald is sexy. My husband has
We
been bald
support
since I
you
met
bald
him.
men out
Case
there.
in point. Case in point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, low tier women out there who can't have anyone else go for bald men. Bald men who can't have anyone else go for low tier women. We get that.
Low tier now, huh?
It's okay, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. What a child.
Is there anything
I
else you
mean,
want
I'm
to
the one who
discuss?
just
Can
came
you get
out
out of the way?
who wanted to talk about Donald Trump. You're the one who kind of. No. I came up to talk about Donald Trump and how he was able to broadcast the UFC event last weekend, which was a monumental, once in a lifetime opportunity for the American people. And I'm proud to be an American living under Donald Trump for the second time. Hopefully for the third time, and hopefully his son Barron Trump will take the reins not too long in the future.
Cool, man. What do you think about the Constitution?
You know, I think the Constitution was written a long time ago, and you know, I respect parts of it, but I think, as in anything, it needs to be revised. If it's written so long ago, it needs to be revised, and Donald Trump is, you know, going against the Constitution. And,
You're right. We should
I kind of agree
revise
with him.
the Second Amendment, I think. How do you feel about that?
Oh, you talking about the right to bear arms?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think we have the right to bear arms. I think that we will always have the right to bear arms, and I think that people who have the arms will defend their right.
Right. Just the parts you want. You don't care about the social agreement we have as a country.
I don't really understand what you mean by that, my dude. I don't think
Ooh,
that
thank you so
understand
much
what
for
you mean
that,
by
Zilla. I'm just saying you're ready to change the Constitution. It's
Oh my
very
God,
malleable to
$3.
you. Very malleable. Let's test that
Oh
logic.
my
It
God,
sounds like
$2. Thank
you
you for the $2. Oh my God.
sounds like you have some opinions that aren't very consistent, man.
What do you mean by that?
I'm too tired for this, dude. He wants the Trumpstitution. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've been up all night, man, playing video games. You've been up all night playing video games. We get it, man.
I didn't know your sister's name was video
Keep
games.
playing those video games, my dude. No, that's what you've been doing the past 28 hours.
False.
Okay, you've been debating and you've been hating on a man for the past 28 hours. Okay. When you could be actually doing something with your life. Oh, man, that sucks. I feel for you, man. You're a balding man who hates on a man. Okay. Yeah, man. You do you, man. We need people like you. We need losers like you in this life to keep doing what you're doing, man. I love it. Keep doing what you're doing.
W. Morgan for the $40 for the kick. Kick the insecure man. Thank you, Morgan. I can't listen to this dumb fuck anymore. If he wants definitions. Oh no, that was the other one. I can't listen to this insecure man-child that's never made a woman cum. I think there's like a real sad truth about that too. W. Morgan's, dude. Pickles has a luscious mane of hair. It's just not on my upper torso. It's true. That was my last kick for the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, hello.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, I'm kind of I guess, in between. You could say that. How are you doing, friend?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. What do
That's
you?
awesome. That's fantastic.
What are you on the fence about here? What do you like about Trump?
Well, I think Trump is at least like okay compared to some previous presidents. I'm more curious about what your disagreements are with him in particular. Like, where do you feel that he could do a little bit better?
I think that is such a loaded question. I think he has so much,
It is
so
a
many
loaded question.
problems.
I know. I'm sorry to throw that at you.
I think that
Not to interrupt.
Trump is the king of dividing this country. I think that Trump's rhetoric, lies, propaganda is so problematic that it has created splits in homes, in marriages, in entire groups of society. I think he's even doing this abroad to Latin America. I think Elon Musk is doing this abroad to the West. I think that alone, we can start with that, but yeah, I think that Trump has said some things that are unforgivable, things that no other person would be able to get away with saying, and I think that his cult of personality just kind of has upped the ante. Every time he said something, people have had to double down, and we're at a point right now that's it's almost just like they're too far gone. Like they're so invested that things like threatening genocide in Iran was something he had to ramp up to. But if he would have said that in 2016, we might not be here. I think that his rhetoric is basically just this muscle that he's been working on that has radicalized people slowly over the course of the last 10 years.
Yeah, like kind of his political muscles. He's really flexing those, right? What would you like to talk about first, just in general? The Iran one, at least I can think of, I kind of disagree with for certain reasons. But it's up to you about where you would like to start, what you would like to talk about. I'm totally open, man. I'm just kind of sitting here moving into a new townhouse, so I'm not picky.
Yeah, we can talk about stolen elections.
Stolen elections? Okay. In reference to what?
Trump saying that the election was stolen for 4 years, 6 years now, normalizing the doubts in our democratic processes with no evidence. We have people that have gotten violent because of it. We've had families divide because of it. I think that he's even using this rhetoric to pass voter suppression bills.
What did the bills include?
SAVE Act.
What sorry, I might be a little bit weird because I'm on Bluetooth. What exactly sort of voter suppression is occurring in these bills that you're referring to?
The SAVE Act, for instance, is something that is going to create basically a scavenger hunt and up to $160 fee to be able to legally vote. And it's due to stop about 20 million women, U.S. citizens, from voting, while the number of undocumented migrants that have even attempted to vote in federal elections is well under 100 over the course of the last few decades. So the trade-off is insanely negative. It's horrible.
Wow. So Trump would give up his women voters for that? That
No.
seems pretty crazy to me.
Women vehemently vote Democrat.
But not all of them, correct?
Yeah, I know, but if we're playing a numbers game and you're shaving numbers down, this is a mechanism of winning winning the vote. So when less people vote, in almost every instance, the math comes out to Republicans winning.
So he wants to win entirely off of white men and not from Latino men, Latino women, black men, black women, white women.
No, I'm talking about women in general.
So women in general? Okay. So is he repealing the 19th?
No, he is shaving off 20 million votes.
Okay. So how is he doing that?
Requiring something called Real ID. And it's not just that. It's if your last name doesn't match the name on your passport, which is the case for millions and millions of women in America, you have to go get all sorts of documents to the tune of about $165 to rectify this. And we're talking about women who have to like take off of work. We have to talk about people who have to come up with this expense and go to multiple trips to different tax offices, DMV, etc. to do that.
So if you're in that situation, wouldn't you be married?
Yes.
Okay. So you have two sources of income, correct? Most likely, assumedly, men and a wife work.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a poll tax, which is already unconstitutional.
A poll tax. Yeah. So like a poll tax, for example, is unconstitutional, correct? But if we're to preserve the sanctity of elections, don't we want to make sure that it's American people who are voting and not people from other countries?
Again, I think that I think this is a red herring. I think that the number of people who have tried to fraudulently vote is so low, so benign. It's just an excuse. We will never have zero voter fraud, but the amount of voter fraud it takes to change the outcome of an election is far more than what we've seen even over the course of the last few decades.
Yeah, that's what was reported for sure. What's been found. I'm not going to sit here and try to argue that the election was stolen. I think that's a little bit asinine. But I will say that I think that there is a inherent risk because look at how my issue primarily with the vote and everything is with the idea of mail-in voting, where somebody can register through, say, the county or the state or whatever, and they're not always going to have documentation to present. I think that the SAVE Act was requiring from people, from the way that I understand it at least, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but it just asks you to provide a driver's license or some form of ID, not always even a passport, just an ID that shows who you are and what your name is and has your photo on it. And if you can provide that, and that proves that you're an American citizen. So if we don't have
you also
like
get
because the rules are already written. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just have a little bit more to add if you'll let me. So if we already have laws in the United States that are requiring people to provide some sort of photo ID before they can get a voter registration, for example, the SAVE Act is a little bit redundant in that sense, because we already require identification like driver's license or maybe a social security number or something like that to enable you to actually vote in our elections. That's just the baseline to prove that you're an American citizen.
Do we have problems with non-American citizens showing up in elections?
It's not about do we, it's about will we. If we have an issue with people who are coming into America who don't have a proper citizenship, like, pardon me, I'm doing a lot of hard work because I'm moving. Like illegal migrants, people who are not here, not to say that, people in general are illegal, right? I know that's a talking point, but people who are not here under the correct legal authorization, maybe we'll put it that way. So we're not supposed to be here because we don't have any documentation. We didn't go through the correct process to enter the country legally. If we don't require some kind of identification, then how are we supposed to prevent those people from voting in the election? because if people are incentivized, say, like by the Biden administration under Kamala Harris's leadership for the border, because she was the border czar, Kamala Harris allowed a large amount of people to come over the border.
I
If we
think
don't have certain
you guys
protections,
sound silly when you say that, dude. It's not a thing.
well, that is a thing, because that's the fact. That's why whenever it's the unfortunate thing about Kamala Harris, because when Biden originally ran for re-election, and he won the primaries basically, but the Democratic Party determined that he was unfit, and they removed him and installed Kamala Harris in his place
It's
to
Kamala.
run against. Sorry,
second of all,
okay, fair. Okay,
all right,
fair.
hold on.
Kamala Harris, but that was done without an election. Do you have
All
a
right.
problem with that?
No, we followed all of the processes. So let's stick to one topic. You said Kamala Harris was the border czar.
Okay.
What special privileges or what mechanisms can a vice president do to affect border policy?
Exactly.
Yeah, I rest my case. You can't just say she was a border czar, right?
Well, you answered your own question, because that's the thing, is that the vice president being appointed as the border czar, who doesn't
Can
have
you tell
any
me
sort
about the
of
process
influence
of?
on what happens.
Can you
with,
show me where he appointed her
immigrations
that?
and customs enforcement.
Can you
So
show
you
me
want
where
me-
she? Yeah, show me where he appointed her as border czar. That's like a Russian word, by the way. That's kind of weird.
Well, a lot of times presidents will appoint certain people to manage certain aspects of the government, and in this case, Kamala was appointed to handle the border.
All
We
right.
had like
I'm going to tell you. Do you have any idea? Can you name one thing she did at the border?
exactly.
Okay. Well, this is why you're wrong. So Kamala Harris was tasked.
I think you're missing the point.
I think you
When
are.
when I say
let me
when
tell
I
you what
say
she did.
exactly, when I say exactly, I'm saying she didn't do anything at the border.
I know,
I'm not
and
saying that she did something. I'm saying she did nothing.
You fell for my trap card. So because she did. So what she
Okay,
did
so,
do?
yeah, like what?
She went to the
So you admit, so you admit from your previous point where you were trying to argue that, oh, how do you know she was the border czar? Now you're saying that she was in fact in charge of the border, correct?
No. Let me tell you what happened.
So she wasn't in charge of the border?
No.
Okay, so then what does this have anything to do with our conversation if you don't admit that?
All right, I'm going to help you out. So Kamala Harris was tasked with trying to stop the source of the inflow of migrants, right? Had nothing to do with going to the border. It had everything to do with going to a few countries south of the border, and she raised $5.3 billion from private companies that created jobs and created economic stability at these countries so that there was it stopped the outflow of people who are coming to our border. So when people come to our border, it's usually because we have destabilized these countries, or somebody or something has destabilized these countries. So this was attacking it at the source. And what Trump did is he spent billions of dollars propagandizing you guys into thinking that she was supposed to be running like Red Rover operations, trying to stop people at the border.
I don't think that's what anybody's arguing. I think we're just arguing that she was in charge of the border, and we had the largest influx of people coming in from the border during those 4 years than we have in like our entire history.
I know. And I would just say
so you admit that that's true?
Yeah, I admit that's true, though. A lot of people came to the border.
Okay, so would you so if we go off of that, turn my flashlight off. I hope that I didn't interrupt anything. But if we're going off of that, we had the largest influx of people coming in from the border who are not legal United States citizens. Okay, so we have people who reside here in the Americas, in the United States, who are not legal citizens. So doesn't it kind of make sense that at this point, when we have a lot of people who are residing here who could go to a polling location who are not American citizens, but might even in some cases hold some kind of a driver's license? Doesn't it kind of make sense that we might want to make sure that they're actually American citizens before we allow them to vote? I mean, what?
Yeah. So what do you think
have a
happens
country if you?
Yeah, so this is silly. This is also fear mongering. There's no evidence that these people can register and lie about their citizenship and not get caught, right? So when people register and they send in their
Yeah.
license and whatever other documentation, some states require a copy of your birth certificate, a passport, all these things when you register. So that is all taken care of on the front end. And where they get you is you just don't know things. Like when you talk about the border having problems like this, and this is a separate note, you're basically insinuating that it was her fault that things like the economy and COVID caused a major outflux of
No, I didn't mention
people
that.
from a
I
country.
just mentioned the
But
border issue.
yeah, I know, and this is where it gets really frustrating.
So
because
your point that you're trying to make is invalid because you're trying to suggest that I'm insinuating that she was the reason that we have a bad economy and we had issues with COVID when I didn't say that at all.
No,
the
no,
only
no,
thing I
that's
said
not what
was
I
that
said.
she allowed an influx of people from the border. Am I misunderstanding?
Yes, because I can show you the numbers on
Okay.
this, but we monitored and stopped people at the border at a higher rate than Trump, even with a higher volume. So when Trump was
So
on
why
the
did more
news,
people get in?
what do you mean? Why didn't more people get in?
No, why did more
Because
people
there was more
get
people
in?
trying to get in. Because Trump
And so
was at the
what do you
first of
think-
all,
what
I
do
will
you think
tell you why.
caused that?
One of the big contributing factors was Trump destabilizing Venezuela and giving Venezuela temporary protective status 2 days before he left office to make people come charge the border.
Okay, that sounds like a political move.
Sounds like a
Even
what?
if that's true. That sounds like a political move, even if that's true. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with
So
that in
Trump
particular.
luring people to the border is a
but-
smart move.
Well, wasn't it Biden who also said and allowed people to come through the border because that was his policy, was to have open borders?
No, that's silly because Biden had a higher rejection rate.
He had a higher rejection rate. Could that be possibly, how much is that per capita by comparison of per capita?
I don't think we do per capita on that. We do percentages. So 50% rejection
Percentages?
rate. Yeah.
Okay.
50%
So
rejection
50%,
rate. Trump had 47.
50% out of, okay, so 50% versus 47%, excuse me. Words are hard, pardon me. So
Does rejecting
in
people at the
reference
rate
to,
of
like,
50% mean that was open border? Wouldn't an open border be 100%?
it depends on the actual amount of people who are trying to enter the country.
So I would say that
And-
having a higher rejection rate with a higher volume is twice as hard. I think that was twice as closed.
Okay, so if we allowed, say, if you take 1 million and you divide that by 50%, you get 500,000. But if you take 200,000 and you divide that by 47%, you get something north of 100,000. I'm going to guess 106,000.
Again, I feel like this is useless numbers, right? So you come and you're either eligible to come in or not. We can't just decide
Yeah, I
one
agree.
day that people with red shirts can come in. Biden didn't pass a law saying now that people come to the border and you have a red shirt, you're eligible to come in. That's not a thing that happened, but it absolutely was the case that more people were trying to come because of the economic fallout of COVID. The economic fallout of COVID toppled countries. And what happens when the economy and poverty runs through your country is crime. Crime happens when poverty happens, and organized crime creates people who need asylum.
Okay, so
Right?
how do we tell the criminals from the asylum seekers?
Well, we can look at the data, and we can say Interpol checks these people for criminal records. We look for background checks in their country of origin, and we put them in the immigration system if they are eligible. And that is what we did. We didn't do anything extra special. We didn't cut any corners. Trump had some very unhumane laws that he put in, not laws, but they were executive orders, just like he's doing now. He's not passed any meaningful change to the border. And when we talk about like legislation, it's purely political, purely. And all of this stuff will be undone the second another president comes in, even if they're Republican, because we are seeing like a downfall in things like tourism. We're seeing our names on travel warning lists. So it is effectively hurting us in more ways than it's helping.
Well, because his policy is America first, I think. So what he's trying to do
America
from this
first.
policy, and yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's what he calls it, and I agree that that's at least exactly what he's doing. Is that he's trying to bring back, like, oh, I don't know, like jobs to the United States from China and other things like that. I feel like that's kind of a separate issue from immigration. At that point, it's like, what do you want to continue to talk about immigration, or do you want to talk about like America First policy?
I want to
'Cause
keep
now I'm a
hoarding on
little-
this. I love this immigration talk. I don't feel like you're winning here. I think that we look at it and we can look at pragmatic
So what-
policy and
So maybe I'm
what Trump
confused
is
about
doing
what
is
point you're
not
trying to
good.
make.
So Trump
Mhm.
is deterring people from coming to the border by attempting to send them to countries such as Libya. Do you know what's happening in Libya right now?
I'm familiar. Correct. Yeah, I know.
It's like a slave trade.
It's kind of-
it's militant
it's pretty
groups.
fucked up.
It's probably
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
most dangerous country on earth. Why would you want to send someone there?
I guess you wouldn't, but it would depend on like what exactly. I don't know. I mean, I hate to play devil's advocate here, but I guess it depends on what they're doing here in the States. I mean, you have instances of people who are here who are illegal, who are committing crimes against people in America. This is a huge problem actually already in the UK, where the UK is having a huge revolt with their government and issues with their government over illegal immigration, or rather, actually, it's not technically illegal immigration; it's legal immigration.
I think people are
because
just
they're
being
taken
propagandized
in-
like you. I don't think there's that much to point to. Like I hear people
I
like
don't
you
know
come
if I
up
would-
and they're like,
I don't
look
know
at
if I
this
would agree with
one
that.
stabbing. Look at this one stabbing. We need to do huge reform. We need to go house to house and burn shit down. I wouldn't say any of this is justified.
Are you familiar with now this is completely individualized, so it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with America as we're talking about, but are you familiar with the Rupert Lowe rape gang report that he published?
Completely
Yeah,
misleading.
That's I wouldn't call it misleading. I think it was pretty clear about what was going on with the individual like rape gangs and stuff. Now that has to deal specifically with the Muslim community, but we can both agree that there is a problem in Mexico and the surrounding like countries going into South America with cartels, right? You can agree that there is some serious like cartel violence, and the cartels might even have some influence on the political spectrum in those countries. Can we agree on that? Maybe.
I think that if you're going to bring up Islamophobia, what percent of the United States do you think is Islam?
I really couldn't tell you. I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't really trying to shoot for the Islamic population in America. I was only referring to the fact that there are certain gangs that are coming in from, like, this is specific to Europe. This has nothing to do with the United States.
Yeah, and
so
what I'm going to say
specific
is
to Europe, there are people who are coming in from Islamic countries who are coming into these countries legally, and there has been a systemic, like,
I'm going to show you a video.
essentially
on this.
the eyes are turned away.
I'm gonna help you out with this.
Parliament posted the Rape Gang Inquiry Report, which is about grooming gangs or child rape gangs operating in the UK. The report says it has been previously established that, at the very least, 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. The true number is
primarily white
someone
Christian girls.
someone
I would
paid
guess
to
that
kick
the
you. All
number
right,
is
you're gonna have to come back
probably
tomorrow.
lower. Number in the report comes from Lord Pearson, who said,
W.
"Does the government
Neely.
accept that if we extrapolate nationally the J report on Rotherham, and other reports from Telford and Oxford, there appear to have been upwards of 250,000."
We're gonna finish this video, but W. Neely's in the chat for the kick. Love you, Neely. Thank you. Let's continue this video. This is really good, guys. If you guys don't finish, follow this guy. His name is Quick Thoughts. He is fucking brilliant This guy is brilliant, dude.
Young white girls raped in this century, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years. And he said that in 2019. Now, we don't know exactly how Lord Pearson is doing his extrapolation, but what I've done here in an attempt to recreate it is come up with a list of cities in the UK that have reporting about child rape gangs, and then figure out the annualized per 100,000 victims of the child rape gangs as reported in the different cities. And I noticed that if we take the rate of victims in the reported cities and apply that rate to the UK's national population, if we just use the city of Rotherham, for example, we find an expected number of victims of around 450,000. If we use the top 3 cities in terms of victimization rate, then we have a number of around 280,000. Top 5, it's 190,000. Top 10, we're a little over 110,000. All of the cities that I found, 67,000. So I hope it's clear why this is a bad extrapolation. Rotherham, Telford, Oxford are some of the cities with the most prolific known rape gangs. And so to say that all of the UK nationally must be equally beset upon by rape gangs as the worst cities for rape gangs, that's just a bad extrapolation, which we can see from this table. As I keep adding on more cities with lower rates of rape victims, then we get lower and lower estimates. So we're falling down from the 250-ish thousand number. When we have all of these, it's 67,000. And presumably, if we kept gathering more cities, this rate would fall even lower. And hopefully we would find many cities that have no child rape gangs active in them, which would make the rate fall even further. Let's look for other data to corroborate this. Here we're looking at the results of the crime survey for England and Wales from the Office of National Statistics, which is going to ask people, have you been the victim of sexual assault, including rape, in the last year? They're asking adult people specifically. 0.3% of the population last year reported rape or assault by penetration. It's down slightly last year, but other than that, pretty flat. I would expect to see an additional 250,000 rapes in the crime victimization survey, and I'm not sure it's visible here. We can look at another survey. This is about abuse during childhood in England and Wales. This is going to be asking adult women if they were the victim of different types of abuse, and this is the 2024 edition. Again, what we're looking at is adult women who are asked if they experienced sexual abuse before the age of 18. So adult women are asked, did you experience sexual abuse before age 18 when you were a child? And for rape or assault by penetration specifically for women, we see that the youngest group of women have the highest rate of rape or assault by penetration. So 7.2% compared to 4% on average. And you can see as women...
For those who aren't keeping up, what they did was they took a percentage and they applied it to one city. But when you add all of the cities and their respective rate of reported rape, that number falls so drastically. It's tiny.
Women get older, the likelihood that they were raped when they were a child is declining. Now, perhaps you think that younger women are just more likely to report or claim to be a victim of rape than older women are. And so to test that, we can look at the 2019 version of this same question. In the 2019 version, younger women had similar rates of reporting being raped when they were a child to the other women. So there's going to be some statistical noise or random variation in the survey responses. And I'm not really sure how we should interpret the 3.2 percentage point greater likelihood for younger women to report being the victim of rape when they were children compared to women on average. I'm not sure exactly what that means numerically, but I do think it is consistent with a recent increase in the rate of rape of young girls. I do think that 250,000 is probably an overestimate for the reasons I was explaining at the start of this video. But if you look at other UK government inquiries into the child rape gangs, you see that they've documented at least single-digit thousands of victims, 2,000 or 3,000 victims. And one thing that all of the inquiries reports that I've seen have in common is that the police have a very lackluster or kind of lazy response to the victims of the rape gangs. So the police really aren't taking it seriously. And so we should expect the number of victims that the police are tracking is an undercount. I think the most fair thing to say would be we don't really know how many victims there are. We don't have good data, and so we can't make a good estimate. Tens of thousands seems plausible to me in terms of victims. And I think the fact that we don't have good data is itself kind of an indictment of the UK criminal justice system. This is a pretty serious issue, the rape of tens of thousands of children that's been happening in the UK for decades, and they still don't even have kind of basic data collection or insight into the problem, which I think is, like I said, quite an indictment of their system. Now, finally, I should just note that Rupert Lowe is a member of a far-right, and I think it's fair to say anti-immigrant or anti-Muslim party in the UK. So his report has an anti-Muslim slant to it and an anti-immigrant slant to it. And I can imagine some viewers being upset that I'm not really commenting on that perspective. But that's mainly because the UK doesn't really collect data or statistics about this, and they don't present it that well. Again, even though it's been happening for more than a decade, and it's a massive issue that involves the rape of thousands, at least thousands of children, and the UK just isn't studying it that well or that effectively. So there's really no data to contest what Lowe is saying here, or at least not that I was able to find. So thanks for your time. 28 million views. Rupert Lowe, a UK member.
Horrific. And the thing is, the damage is done. Like, I don't, again, I want to clarify, I am not minimizing the fact that grape is happening, or that it is happening at the scale that it is. But I think it's very harmful to go from tens of thousands to this number for political reasons. And while we might be able to like dismantle this or deconstruct this for like one person at a time or a handful of people at a time, damage is done. 28 million views. These people are taking this as pure fact, and they're bringing it to my doorstep already. It's been one day. His name is Quick Thoughts. Let me see his. It's at I think so. At I think so. This guy's amazing. This guy's fucking amazing. Every single one of his videos is that in depth. He does some serious homework. He's got to have a degree in statistics or something, because all of it dives into this. He's great. I missed the beginning. Go check out the video. I'm not going to play it again, but please go check out that video and see what he does, and how instead of taking the city with the largest rape statistic and applying it to the entire population of the country, more accurate data would be taking the rape statistic of each large city or whatever, and getting actual aggregate data, which is not what they did. For political reasons, for pure political reasons, it's disgusting. And what it's probably going to lead to is actual harm of the Muslim community, the immigrant community. It's going to drive far right policy in this country. It's very sad, very unfortunate. It's quick thoughts, not quiet thoughts. And this is what we have to deal with every day here too. Yeah. So people like the last guest espousing Kamala's the borders are, they're going around and chirping this in their little echo chambers, so much so that it's truth. No matter what you say to them, it's truth, even with the data shown to them in their face. I mean, there's no unthinking it when it's being disseminated at the level with the biggest microphone in the world. It's sad. I just watched his last video. No, we love him. We love him, Ariel. This creator, awesome. This creator's great. Follow this creator. I missed the beginning too. Yeah, go check it out. My groceries just showed up. Chat, be right back. Fuck it. Do you guys want to see my groceries, dude? Yeah, I know that I got groceries yesterday, but I had to get healthy food. I came home from the gym, and the groceries that I had just ordered yesterday didn't even sound appetizing to me. We got 2 of these bad boys. I'm gonna do a fucking egg spread. I'm doing egg spread pictures so you guys know how good I'm doing. Sweet peppers. These are fucking delicious, dude. I get my garlic peeled. All right, don't judge me. Got to get your peeled garlic. I got 2 of these bad boys. We're going to do some meal prep. Onions? Mini cucumbers, baby cucumbers. Topo Chico. Blueberry hibiscus. That's what we got. Why do these look better than the stuff that... Dude, a lot of people are going to give me shit for shopping at Amazon. Guys, there is no correct way to do capitalism at this point. You're buying from one of 5 grocery giants. You're making one of 5 billionaires richer. Gotta do what you gotta do. I love kombucha, but I can't do it. It's too much sugar. I do Amazon too. There's like 10 monopolies. Yeah. Homemade kombucha. It's just too much sugar. I love kombucha. Also, I'm an alcoholic. I'm a bloodthirsty alcoholic. I am sober. I'm 2.5 years sober. When I got sober like a couple years ago, before this stint of sobriety, I got into kombucha, and the slight fermentation gave my stomach that same warm, fuzzy feeling that alcohol did, and I would drink that shit by the gallon. So, can't do it. You can feel it, yeah. You can feel it. Thank you. Yeah, I've been sober for like 2.5 years this time around. Garlic confit. Is that like the... What is confit? Like potatoes? Olives slowly poached in a fat, most commonly olive oil, overly heated until they're soft, spreadable, mildly sweet. I just throw them in the air fryer, and it's so good, dude. If you ever just throw a bunch of whole pieces of garlic into the air fryer alongside like a piece of chicken and cook it for like 10 minutes, oh my god, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Grill it in oil till it's soft and spreadable. That sounds delicious. If you air fry broccoli, it sounds amazing. Yeah. My apartment must smell incredible. No, yeah, it doesn't smell bad. Infused with olive oil with potatoes. The hair dryer going? Probably just my AC. That guy, that video that I just showed, he just shaved his beard. He used to have a huge beard. He actually looks good with it shaved. Grilled Brussels sprouts. Used to hate Brussels sprouts, love them now. But yeah, so my meal plan is chicken, I have a little stove top that I'm gonna cook the chicken on. And I cover it in Montgomery's rotisserie chicken seasoning. So good. And then I just cook the peppers, the sweet peppers alongside them, and chop them up a little bit, and along with the garlic. And then I have white rice. I have a jasmine rice or basmati rice, a giant fucking 20-pound bag of it, and I have rice on deck all day, every day. Had twice chicken for lunch. Is that not frowned upon at your place of work, Cecil? I do wash my basmati. Do you at least cover your camera before you do it, Cecil? Get a camera cover, bro. Rinse until clear, yeah. Sober since 2018. Grats, Neely. That's baller. Yeah, and I bought like a little $20 egg cooker. You just like put your eggs in it, and you like there's a little thing you poke the hole in the top of the egg, and it makes perfect boiled eggs. Just gonna do that. And I bought furikake rice seasoning. So during the day, I'm gonna eat, and this is what I did back when I was getting fucking shredded in 2021. I would just eat some boiled eggs, like some sliced, just regular raw cold cucumbers, and so white rice, boiled eggs, a couple cucumbers. I eat it with chopsticks, and I feel like, you know, for a half second I'm cultured. Soft boil's the only way to go. Bukkake? No, it's for. Want to have a chicken cook-off competition? Yeah, but I'm gonna win. Aldi has dill pickle mustards to die for and egg salad. Damn, that does sound fucking really good. That sounds way good. You won't win. The Instant Pot makes perfect hard-boiled eggs too. You can do 18 at a time. Furikake is life-changingly delicious. It's so good that like a regular deal of the seasoning that you use on your rice, furikake seasoning, it's like $14. But it's worth it. It's worth it, I promise you. I'll show you. Look at this. 23.70. That's a big one though. 14. Oh, it's so good though. Tahine, I love tahine, yeah. That one's 10. Oh, Simply Asia. I don't really like that brand. It's like the Kroger brand for Asian food, probably made by white people. What does it taste like? It's got like tiny bits of sugar, a little bit of like seaweed, almost like tiny pieces of seaweed. It might even it has sesame seeds in it. You just put a little bit. It's like a small dash on each giant bowl of rice. You know, Super H Mart? Oh, man. Toss them on popcorn, too. Ooh, I haven't tried that. Guys, have you seen that the reflection pool's paint's peeling off? Hand-peeled Japanese rice, $198 a bag. It was amazing, not worth it. Oh my god. Too much hydrogen peroxide? When a little bit peels, all of it's coming off. All of it's coming off. I would also assume that they didn't prime the pool correctly. How many days was that? I don't know, a week? It's all green. It's like very green. It's greener than it's ever been. It's just it looks like a fucking matcha latte. It's so green. Johnny! They're literally gaslighting about the color. Have you seen Republicans being like, it's a lie. It's not even green. Those are fake images. Have you seen those people coping that hard? Oh my god, dude. Liberals did it with their green policies and whatnot. You're in the gym? All right, Johnny, it's okay. It's okay. I hit the gym earlier, dude. You need to go earlier. The Democrats put something in the water. It's straight up a cult, chat. It's straight up a cult. They think it's a psyop, dude. Oh my god. Trump has a UTI? Hey, that happens. And you know what? When you're old and you get a UTI, it's horrible. It's really bad, if that gives y'all some comfort. When you get UTIs when you're old like that, like, it can give you, like, fucking psychosis. Dementia, yeah. How many STIs do you think he's had, though? Oh, man. I bet he's had them all. Nosocomial? Healthcare associated with HAI is an infection acquired during a stay at a healthcare facility. These infections typically develop 48 hours or more after admission and are not present incubating upon entry. It's a catheter-associated urinary tract infection. Or central line-associated bloodstream infection, surgical site infection, ventilator-associated pneumonia, C. diff. But it's probably catheter-associated. Well, he most likely pisses through a catheter, right?
Pickles, what's up, man?
How's the village eugenicist?
What?
I said, how's the village eugenicist?
I don't know, man. You doing okay today?
I'm doing great, dude. I went and worked out, got shredded.
Shredded, bro. How much are you benching now?
At least 20 pounds.
No, I mean, like, you do flat bench, right? Like, how much are you maxing out on the flat bench?
Not a lot.
Okay, well, here's some advice, dude. Use dumbbells.
Yeah.
You got any, like, goals at the gym or anything? Like, what's up, Pickles? You trying to get jacked?
Focusing only on my glutes, dude. Trying to get the big caked
You
up.
trying to get a big butt?
Caked up Pikachu butt.
Okay, so do you not have any, like, workout friends or anything, Pickles? Like, what's the deal?
Like that. See that? That's my goals.
Why? Bro, you need to be hitting, like, triceps, biceps, chest, traps, back, legs. You need to be hitting, like, legs 3 times a week, bro.
See that? Thunder pump,
Cool.
dude.
How much is that card worth?
Invaluable.
You think all this Pokemon shit's really worth money, Pickles?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, there's $1 million Pokemon cards out there.
Yeah, man. I don't know, dude.
My friend makes 10K a day ripping up ripping Pokemon cards on Whatnot.
Yeah, he, like, sells them and stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Why aren't you doing it?
It takes capital, requires capital, man.
All right, well, how much do you need, Pickles? I might invest.
Give me a solid 110K.
Get the fuck out of here. Pickles, come on, man. Come on, bro. Really? It's like you guys always want the easy way out in life, it seems. You want to do the most, like the less to get the most.
You
You want to just
offered.
open up. I know, but I'm just making a point, bro. I'm like, you know what I mean. You guys want to do nothing and get something. And that's
You're the one who
a
works 10 hours a
diabolical
week. You
mindset.
told me this. You
But
work 10
that's a
hours a week.
well, yeah, but hold on, Pickles. I busted my ass to get here, dude. You guys don't even want to put in the work to, like, you don't know what hard work is, Pickles. Come on, man.
I promise you I've worked
We've
harder
already
than you at a certain point in my life.
No, dude. No. You have
yeah.
no fucking clue, bro.
I have.
You have no clue what it's like being deployed to South Korea, Kuwait, Iraq, stateside. You have no idea what the fuck I went through in 5 years, bro. You would never, ever accomplish in your lifetime.
Doubt it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure, Pickles. What were you doing at 17 years old, dude?
I was an emergency maintenance mechanic at Blockbuster's main warehouse facility, working on 7 miles of conveyor.
Oh, okay. I'm making $8 an hour, bro, at the Blockbuster hub.
No, I was actually making a lot of money at
Yeah.
my age.
No, you weren't, dude.
Yeah, I was. I was making like 17 an hour in 2007.
No, man. What happened? You got laid off?
Yep.
Well, how long were you there for?
3 years.
3 years, man, and they just laid you off?
Blockbuster went out of business, man.
Man, dude. So don't you think, like, you wasted the 3 years investing into that company knowing they were going to go out of business? You didn't see it, Pickles?
No, I
You didn't
didn't
see
see
the
it.
writing on the wall?
No.
You didn't see Blockbuster going out of business?
No, it was a very all of a sudden thing. It was Netflix that took over, remember?
No, dude. No, it was fucking Redbox that took over first, you dingaling.
So they competed directly with Redbox.
What? No, bro. No, it was Redbox, then it's Netflix, bud.
Okay, cool. They competed with Redbox.
No, Redbox took them over, dude. It
Net-
literally put
Netflix
Blockbuster and all of them out of business.
Netflix was
And then
first.
we went streaming, and then we went streaming. It wasn't streaming when a Redbox was in. It was fucking CDs and shit
Yeah,
still.
I know. Netflix did by mail, dude.
No, bro. Yeah, that failed though, man, because they knew they couldn't compete with Redbox, and then they went streaming, bro.
Yeah, it was by mail.
Yeah,
it was way
it's
first, and then
it's
Blockbuster
Blockbuster
competed.
first, then it's Redbox, then it's streaming.
No, it was Blockbuster, Netflix, Redbox.
What the fuck, bro? Pickles, can you ever be wrong, dude? Because you know you're fucking wrong in this situation, bro.
You're splitting hairs with something
Take it back,
silly,
man.
dude.
Take it back. Pickles, take it back, dude. Run it back real quick.
My first job there, I was literally in charge of dissecting Gaylord boxes full of DVDs that Blockbuster acquired from purchasing the movie trading company, and I was sleeving and indexing and putting shit together. I was 17, by the way. This was a great job for being 17 out of high school. I basically was in this tiny department. I was like one of 12 people that was in charge of putting together the Netflix competition.
No, Pickles, you weren't, bro. You just made all that shit up in your head, dude. You literally just made all of that up in your head, so like these women can feel sorry for you and just grift, and you're just a grifter, Pickles.
Why
Come
would
on,
I
man.
make up? That's the most insane thing to make up.
Just like, remember when you told me you ran a construction business and you made like
Yes.
$1.6 million and someone stole all the money from you and now you live at home with your parents and
Yes.
what the fuck's on your bed in the background, bro? What are those balls?
They're onions.
Is that your anal beads or some shit?
They're onions.
Onions?
Yeah.
Why do you have onions on your bed?
Because I just got groceries, bro.
Go put them in the fucking refrigerator, you dingaling. What the fuck?
Who puts their onions in the fridge?
Plenty of people. It looks like you got
Melanie W for the kick. Ryan should invest in therapy instead of punching walls. I'd feel sorry for him if he wasn't so shitty. Kick. W fucking Melanie's. Guys, thank you so much. Netflix 1998, Redbox 2004 for DVD rentals. Get 'em, Zilla. Get 'em. Get 'em. Guys, this is more lore from Ryan West. He puts his onions in the fridge. What are you doing, Ryan? What are you doing? Blockbuster had the opportunity to acquire Netflix. Yeah, that's Ryan. To make it less cryy? Yeah. I mean,
Hey, what are the Democrats crying about today? Go ahead and give me the update. What is the pity party? What do you did you see that they the war in Iran? He's trying to end that. So what are you guys crying about today? What's the pity party? Come on, what is it? What's Yeah, he's trying to end the war in Iran, and he's criticizing Israel. Did you see the speech J.D. Vance gave?
I did.
Yeah, so you know that all you guys have to do is just cry about something day in and day out. There's another pity party every single day. It's embarrassing. I've been watching you guys for over a year. It's the same shit, different day. Dude, you know how we don't cry.
Are you crying about me crying?
Well, I'm just telling you guys, pick yourself up by the bootstraps, by the shoestrings, and pick yourself up by the shoestrings and bootstraps. You don't realize that Literally a tree. So in Kansas, we have storms in Kansas. A tree fell on my house. Now, if I was a
Why are
Democrat,
you
I'd be sitting
crying?
here crying and no, I'd be crying, but I don't want people to feel bad. It almost landed on me too. It almost hit me when I was in the kitchen. But if I was a Democrat, I'd be crying. But I'm not sitting here crying and shit, dude. It doesn't matter. It's nobody's. I pick myself up by the bootstraps. I keep moving. Now he's trying to end the war in Iran. Did you see that JD Vance speech? No argument. Yeah, we're done here. You conceded. You're done. You're cooked. You're done here. You have a good day. You guys keep crying. Keep having a pity party. It's embarrassing. Yep. You guys, your party's over. There's no more Democrats. No more left activists, dude.
Okay. Oh, guys. Breaking news: JD Vance did not go to Switzerland and sign the deal. Even Israel is bitching about the Iran deal. Aren't you guys the Israel fucking wiener slurpers? Great, the WoW guy who has no life. Rainy, thank you for the $2. I didn't even feel like they already broke the deal again, didn't they? What's going on? I love how JD Vance, they give him the shittiest job. They gave him the shittiest job, dude. Have you seen the video of Donald Trump admitting to market manipulation? No, I haven't. JD Vance is originally expected to attend formal signing ceremony of the Iran deal, but President Donald Trump formally signed it on Wednesday instead. Today? Formally? How do you... Ashley St. Clair, Don Lemon's clips of Ashley St. Clair, I've been seeing them. Last time we saw Trump and JD in the same room together, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I saw that they threw Israel under the bus, and I think it's because people are upset. They are upset with Israel. They're upset that Trump's been bought out by Israel. This is Trump's attempt to dissociate with that idea. It's him placating the votes, which, whatever, sure. It's only because midterms. They'll go back to fucking slurping each other after the midterms. Israel broke first clause. Israel's attacks on southern Lebanon kill 3 despite US-Iran deal 5 hours ago. Israel issues new Lebanon occupation map, and it talks with US over deployment. Israel rejects to withdraw troops from southern Lebanon, which it invaded in March in response to a rocket fire by Hezbollah. They said they don't care about the deal. They won't stop. See what they did to the last job. Yeah. The last guy in JD Vance's place, like, you didn't think you were going to have to be part of making the sausage, JD Vance? You think you're gonna have a trajectory to presidency? He's just holding his nose and doing all of the shite work, dude.
Hey Pickles, can you hear me well in my headphones?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get this out quickly because I am at work and someone could walk in. But there was that absolute thumb that was in here earlier who was talking about like, oh, they're cutting off everything off 10-year-olds and this and that. And I have two things to say. One is that if you actually look at the compilation of data, there is 197% of top surgeries performed on children were actually for cisgender boys receiving care for gynecomastia.
Whoa.
3% were for gender diverse children, which also can include ones that were born female that just want a reduction in order to make it easier to bind, etc.
Yeah.
Also, removing the downstairs off of anybody, they don't just remove it, they turn it into the gender they want to be.
Yeah.
Therefore, a child that is born as a male needs to grow to a certain point to make the outie an innie, otherwise they have no innie. They need to have that tissue, they need to preserve that tissue. Alternatively, when you're turning a child that was born female, in order to change anything to do with the downstairs to make it male, they have to use the skin that comes from their arms, legs,
Yeah.
etc. And they
It's
need
like
to be
right here.
finished growing. They need to finish growing to do that.
Yeah.
So it does not happen before puberty. Anyways, I have to go. Love you, bye.
Love you. I like that statistic. 97%. They only care about the 3. And it's not the 3% that's even all the things they're crying about. That is still a mixture of other things. Yeah. Bone scan to see if he's done growing even before hormones. Yeah. Selective rage. If you guys want to get weird, if you feel this skin right here, this is where they usually take it from. This exact part of your arm. It's what it same. It's what it feels like. Who else is rubbing their arm, chat? Be honest, you're rubbing your arm right now, aren't you, chat? They took it from other parts. There might be other areas you can do it to, but this is a very common area. And if you feel that skin, it's the exact same texture. Would they do the same for enlargement, asking for a friend? I don't know. Thigh and arm are most common. Arm is best. Thigh for hiding it. Yeah. Yeah. Did you guys hear the rumor that Elon Musk has a botched wiener enlargement? I don't doubt it and won't do research. I don't want to either. Splinter, you were paid to kick. You're paid to kick. You know the rules. I think I'm gonna get off here soon, though. I think we've been on for 4 hours. Papa Pickles is like worn out. Been pumping too much iron, dude. Jesse Diabetes fingers on trumpet. G7, yeah. Makeup on his hands still. Brian, you see that? You see that right there? Get wrecked, son. Did you guys see that? I think it's Texas is trying to outlaw IVF. The Trump endorsed Ken Paxton trying to pass an IVF ban. Are we doing DJ Pickles tomorrow night? I think I want to. I thought Trump was the godfather of IVF. If you DJ, I'm gonna buy a bunch of glam rock songs. Fuck yeah. Do DJ? Let's do DJ. Let's do DJ tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. What time? Like 7 Central? Didn't he do funding for something? I think he said he was going to. Hummus vacuum, dubs. Maybe 8? I can do 8. What is that? EST? It's like 9:30. It's either 9 or 9:30. Seven CST is 8 EST. Okay. Is that my morning or night? My night. Yeah. 8 Central Standard Time. 8 Central Standard Time. Alexa, remind me tomorrow that I have DJ at 8 Central Standard Time. Remind me at 7.
That's 7 o'clock.
In the evening.
I'll remind you tomorrow.
Thanks, Pookie. Tomorrow DJ is not on TikTok. DJ is going to be here on TikTok. I can't do it on YouTube. I'll get striked. Alexa a baddie.
Quite sure how to
My blank just heard you. I'm now scheduled for a 7 a.m. beach. uh... Yeah, you better wake up for that. Oh, it was a good day. This was a good day. This was a W Thursday. I went and had, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I did a little live and I got tacos earlier. Yes, sparrows. W onions on the bed. He wouldn't live past 7-3. I missed half of it. It's okay. They're very random. I'm such a random asshole with y'all. I'm sorry. Thank you guys for loving me through that. I told my gym coach that my goal is to regulate my sleep schedule, and she's like, how can I help you with that? And I was like, if you're trying to hold me accountable, if I'm not showing up, you're welcome to call me out. She's like, okay. I was like, yeah, I've got thick skin. You can fucking call me a wiener. Do what you gotta do. Tell me to get in. Request for Little Pickles? She's facing the wall like she's in timeout. I'm just gonna have the onions here so that it's an excuse for when I cry. Sweet baby girl. What you thinking? You have a good day? You have a good day? I ordered you more food. I ordered her turkey and yams. I ordered her tuna and rice. And then I ordered her chicken and yams. Princess requires filet mignon. We know. She's just got the little sleepy head on her right now. Can I kiss? Can I kiss? Hey, kiss. Right here. Right there on my face. Kiss. She hates me. She's 13. She'll be 14 in August. She is a Leo. She's a Leo queen. That's why she hikes her leg when she pees. She's dominant like that. I mean, she pretty much is a puppy. She like prances like a puppy. She's still got spunk in her. She's still like when we come back from her walks, she like she has such a personality. Even just the way she walks normally, she's like just like a little diva, stuck up. You know what, dude? Leo gang, gang. My sweet baby girl. My sweet chicken. My sweet chicken tenders. All right. Yeah, my Pickles always pees like a boy every single time. She pees, she hikes her leg. She has to smell for her spot and she hikes her leg. What breed? I can't get my dachshunds past 12. She's a Yorkie Schnauzer, miniature Schnauzer. She's wondering why you're all up on her grill. Why you all up in my George Foreman? Yorkie poos. Yorkies are just so smart. They're just so smart and so sweet. Oh. Dogs are so much better than people. I agree. Was it Mark Twain who said, the more people I meet, the more I like dogs? I want an Irish Wolfhound or a giant Schnauzer. Big Schnauzers are cool. Big Schnauzers are cool. I like small dogs, though. Small dogs are my favorite. They live long. When they poop, it's like, oh no. One scoop. You know?
Pickles, here's the problem. When there's when there's good news, you guys are you guys are quiet. But when there's bad news, you guys are loud.
Are you still under the impression that this was a good deal?
We'll take what we can get, Pickles. You got to realize. Here's the thing: when there's bad news,
Here
you
comes
guys
the
are
backtracking. All right.
no. Well, because I know what you're trying to. I know what you're getting at. I know exactly where you're going with that argument. I understand your argument.
Yeah.
But when there's bad news, you guys are jumping around very vocal and loud and expressive. But when there's good news, you guys don't have anything to say.
No, there's no good news. Where's the good news? We've been up here all day debating this. I'm just exhausted. What was that? Are you starting a lawnmower? What is that?
Pickle, you can't be. This is embarrassing. Pickle, I was just up here. I was just up here 20 minutes ago and I was telling you about the deal, and you literally were sitting here speechless because it's not something bad that you can react to and get.
Well, I've been talking about it all day. I just have. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. All day.
Wow. Yeah, I just got here, so I didn't know how long you've been streaming. I just got on TikTok,
Look
so
at these eyes.
maybe you were.
Look at these eyes.
Yeah. Now
This is.
no,
Does it look like I
genuinely,
want to put up with your shit?
yeah, genuinely, I believe you. I just happened to get on TikTok, so I didn't know you'd been streaming for so long. So I honestly, it seemed like you were speechless, like you didn't have anything to say, because I was sitting there giving you a chance to respond. You didn't say jack shit, so I just assumed that you had nothing to say
Hold
because
on.
it was good news.
Did someone pay to kick you?
Dude, no, why? Dude, I just got here. Are you serious? That's disrespectful, dude. You're not going to kick me. I haven't even been up here for 2 minutes. That's disrespectful.
Guys, if you
We
paid to
don't
kick
even
him
show
early,
respect. You don't show no damn respect nowadays. Are you serious? I haven't even been up here for 4 minutes though. Yeah, you guys don't show no respect.
Okay, you just left. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't disrespecting my audience if they paid to kick you earlier. I couldn't remember.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, no, I understand. My point is that when there's good news, you guys are really quiet. But when there's bad news, you guys are very vocal and expressive. That's the only thing I really want to get across.
Richport, I wish I could I wish I could send you a voice memo of just the biggest fart ever, dude. Infectious with the $40 kick. Fuck Richport. W infectious. Is fucking. Why do I have to hear that? How do you make those sounds, Rich? How are you doing that? How do you... Why is this my life? No one would ever believe me if I tried to show them the sounds you make. No one would ever, with all the disrespect intended. W infectious. W. Dude was starting a 1973 fucking Mercury Cougar. That was a new sound we got out of him. All right, y'all. All right. All right. Guys, it's time. It's time. Whoa, hold on. We got a SCOTUS opinion released 22 minutes ago. Supreme Court has ruled in favor of a challenge to federal law that prohibits unlawful drug users from possessing firearms. Ugh. The next post down, someone goes, Pride Month, Juneteenth. When is Proud White American Month? Ugh, these people suck, dude. Proud White American, that's every month. Ugh. Gross. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. Don't ever fucking walk up on me with your fucking... with your racist, heteronormative bullshit. The fragility of it all. So true. All right. Chat, I love you. I'm getting off. I'm gonna walk Pickles, and I'm just gonna enjoy the rest of my night. I love y'all. Cecil, you're a wiener. I love you, chat. I'll catch you later. See you tomorrow. So we'll probably do debates, and then we'll do what's it called? We'll do the thing. So I'll do debates before. Dang, I'm gonna work out tomorrow, chat. I'm gonna work out when I wake up. I'm gonna wake up before DJ. Thank you. All right, chat. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Love you. Good night.